Aloha, everyone. I'm Brian Talisian, Executive Director at Mental Health America of Hawaii. I'm so thankful that you're able to spend some time with us for the Mental Health Awareness and Awards celebration. We have such an exciting lineup for you folks today. But before I hand you folks over to our host, I want to express my deepest gratitude to our sponsors. We would not have been able to put on this event without their support. I wish our title sponsor, Sutter Health Kahi Mohala. Our silver sponsors, Bank of Hawaii and First Insurance Company of Hawaii. Our bronze sponsors include the Consuelo Foundation, HMSA, Pharma, UHA Health Insurance, and Zephyr Insurance Company Incorporated. Also, our friends of the luncheon and our partners, Hawaii Health and Harm Reduction Center and NAMI Hawaii. Also, many thanks to all of our individual sponsors as well. That being said, I'm pleased to introduce you to our host for today, Nolan Hong of Pop Creative Media.
Thanks, Brian, and hello, welcome everybody. My name is Nolan Hong. I'm going to be your MC for the day, and welcome to the Mental Health Awareness Award and Awards celebration, Raising Voices to Save Lives, presented by Mental Health America Hawaii and Sutter Health. Now, today we have an amazing day planned for you. We've got presentations, amazing discussions, and we'll be recognizing mental health heroes who make a difference in our community. We'll also have a chance to have some Q&A sessions after some of the talks and presentations. So go ahead and feel free to throw your questions or comments in the Zoom chat room, and our team will be monitoring that Zoom chat room. So if there are any questions that we think we could maybe throw out to some of our speakers, they'll send it to us, and then I'll go ahead and share them with our speakers. So we encourage you to get involved, interact, enjoy today's festivities, and learning all the different resources that we'll be providing to you today. We have some great presenters and exhibitors and sponsors here also. And throw in comments into the Zoom comment room for us to hear what your thoughts are. This is kind of an interactive experience. So while we're not together physically, virtually, we're going to be sharing together. So one of the cool ways that we're doing that is this dashboard that you are accessing this whole event on. So if you notice on the right-hand side of the dashboard, you'll see a list of about 5 different emojis. Now you see like applauding hands, a rocket ship, star, and of course, my favorite, the donuts. These are for you to use if you think that there's something that you want to applaud, or if you think, hey, that's an idea that's going to take us straight to the moon, or I want to show you that I love what you just said. Help us know how you feel by throwing in one of those emojis. All you got to do is click on the emoji itself and it'll pop up. Yes, thank you. Somebody just gave me a donut. Oh, there's plenty of donuts. Apparently, you guys want me to be sugared up and make sure that I have enough energy. Don't worry. I got my energy drink for the morning. They have equipped us with a bunch of pastries, but these virtual donuts are going to be really what fuels me, because that means that you're watching and you're enjoying. So thank you so much. Again, those emojis are right on the screen. Just click on it with your mouse, and as you see, they're popping up right there on the screen. So thank you guys for all these donuts. Man, I feel like I'm going to gain 10 pounds from just doing this 5-minute intro here. Now, we're going to have different speakers and presenters that will be appearing throughout our program today, and as they do, their bios will appear throughout the event. So keep looking on the dashboard if you want to learn more about the different presenters and speakers, because as they come up, you'll see their bios appear on the left-hand side of the dashboard. We also have some amazing sponsors and exhibitors, and they each are represented in the sponsor and exhibitor pages. All of them are listed there with different links and resources to learn more about them. And they just have done a really wonderful job. It's so valuable what they've been bringing to the conference, not only in supporting, but the resources that they're providing with us. So please take time to go through and visit all of the different sponsors and exhibitor pages. And I'll tell you another good reason why you should do that. You'll notice that on the right-hand side of the screen, further down, you'll see a leaderboard, and this is for our gamification. This is where you guys have a chance to win one of 2 $50 CPK gift cards. Now, the top 2 point earners will get these gift certificates. And the way you earn points is the more you interact on this dashboard, the more points you earn. So if you click on emoji, that's a point. If you visit a sponsor, that's a point. If you click on a link in an exhibitor page, that's points. So the more interaction you do, the more comments you leave, things will start tallying up the points. And you can see the leaderboard of who's in the lead right now. You'll notice administrators at the top. Don't worry, administrator does not qualify for the prizes. So don't be discouraged by that. That's just us. They gave us a lot of points for running the show, but we don't qualify. So you can look throughout the day. And if you're as competitive as Brian is, you'll know that there's going to be a lot of people vying for the top two spots there on our leaderboard. Now, under the leaderboard is a really special part. It's on the right-hand side of the dashboard. Under the leaderboard is a button to donate to the Waipahu Aloha Clubhouse fundraiser. This is an organization that is doing some amazing things for our community, and we're really glad to have them be a part of today's conference, and we really want to get our whole community to support them and the work they're doing. And it'll be really easy and much appreciated if you can provide a generous donation to them. All you got to do is click on that button. That'll send you to their fundraiser page, and you can make an online donation right there today. So wouldn't it be great if at the end of today's conference, we just get a text or an email from them going, oh my gosh, we raised so much money today. We can do so many great things now with this. We can now support all of these different programs and get the supplies we need to continue this great work. So let's make that our goal here today. Spread the word. Let's get these wonderful people the resources they need to continue their good work. The Waipahu Aloha Clubhouse fundraiser. Go ahead and click on that link throughout the day, and you can donate multiple times today. You don't have to just donate once. You can you can donate throughout the day as you see fit and are inspired to do so. Now, with that being said, I want to go ahead and turn over our microphone and camera to a person who will be blessing us with inspiration and today's Oli. She is none other than Dr. Manulani Meyer. Okay, so sorry, it looks like Dr. Meyer is having a little bit of connectivity issues. So we'll give her a chance to connect back up again. Oh, there she is. Let's go ahead and send her back to there. Here she is. One more time. Dr. Manulani Meyer. So, okay, it looks like her internet connection is not being very helpful with us today. So, Dr. Meyer, if you could hear me, maybe log off and log back on, and maybe we'll try that one more time. It's early in the morning. It's a Friday. I think the internet's like clocked out already for us, but don't worry, we'll get her on here. I got a chance to talk to her earlier yesterday, and she is so excited to be here. The things that we're going to be talking about and learning about here today have so much great meaning to her, very personal to her, and she cannot wait to share her mana'o with us. So I think we got her back on. So ladies and gentlemen, again, now you'll notice she'll have a little different background. I think she's getting closer to the Wi-Fi router. So without further ado, oh, nope, she froze again. Okay, let's give her another chance to oh, there she is. Okay. Let's try this again. Third time's a charm. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Manulani Meyer. Okay, well, so I lied. Third time is not a charm, but the fourth time will be the best time. We're going to go ahead and try and get her to connect through a different device, so maybe through her phone, because looks like at this time of day, her internet. Oh, no, maybe she connected. Nope. Sorry, I'm able to see her, and she's like dipping in and out. I think her internet connection is not as secure as we had hoped, but maybe if she connects through her phone, we can have a more clear connection. But this is a great example and test of for those of us who are dealing in the mental health world. There's going to be a lot of situations that bring upon some stressful times and situations. And I myself, who was diagnosed with anxiety and depression, these type of times usually I would think would give me a lot of anxiety and things. But because I've had some really great people and support systems, and I've been going to some amazing counselors and support staff, I've been really blessed in being able to handle things that maybe earlier in my life would be too much to handle. And so, seeing events like this is actually kind of exciting for me because it gives me a chance to, kind of test this out and see if the things that I've been learning and working in. I'll tell you, I may be sweating, my heart rate may be raised, but it's like normal kind. Like it's not like how it used to be, where I was just like, I would probably just bolt out of the screen and run out the door screaming. But today, thanks to all of the work I've been doing with all of these great people and support systems around me, I'm still here with you. So as we try to continue to figure out the technical connections here to bring Dr. Meyer on. And the reason why I want to make sure that we get her on here is because we cannot start without her blessing with her Oli and her inspiration. She is just someone that's so valuable to us, and we could not start today without her. So I think we got her going. So ladies and gentlemen, again, please help me welcome Dr. Manulani Meyer.
Alanakahi amoy lanamalie aoya iyo. He iyo kumu he iyo lau. He iyo lono ake alo. Eho o ulu mai, eho o ulu mai.
Now I can't hear.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Unfortunately, we had a little mishap there, and one of our presenters jumped on a little too early and unfortunately cut off Dr. Meyer. But I really wanted to say thank you so much to Dr. Meyer for blessing us with that Oli. And while we unfortunately didn't get to hear the whole complete Oli, just knowing that her spirit and intentions truly have blessed today's presentation and conference, and we thank her so much. We apologize for the technical mishaps, but that's the virtual world we're living in right now. We are at the mercy of the internet speeds and connections and whatnot. But thank you again so much, Dr. Meyer, for your blessing. Really appreciate it. Now I'd like to go ahead and turn us over to our first presenter this morning, Miss Amanda Martinez. Now, Amanda is a training program manager here at Mental Health America of Hawaii, and she's going to give an overview on the most recent mental health statistics in Hawaii. After her presentation, we're going to have a Q&A session with her, so please throw your questions in the Zoom chat, and we'll make sure to present that to her, and she can share her knowledge and her answers to some of the questions that you may have. But here to present to us this morning is none other than Miss Amanda Martinez.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for that introduction, Nolan. I'm very humbled to follow Dr. Meyer, even though we only were able to hear a part of her intention setting. Today, this morning, I want to start off by giving you all just a little bit of a snapshot of the landscape that the past year has shaped and really continues to shape on mental health. So it's going to be very much a summary and a brief overview. And if you have any other questions or looking for more information that I am unable to answer in the Q&A with this segment here, please feel free to reach out to me. Even after today, I'm always happy to help point people in the right direction when it comes to looking for data or statistics. So let's start by taking a look at how COVID-19 has had an impact on mental health. So nationwide, we have seen really an overall increase of anxiety and depression really across the board. We've also seen for those individuals who were already experiencing mental health problems and challenges, an increase in severity of their symptoms as well. So everyone's baselines have kind of risen over the past year. And I would like to point out that research is still being conducted and constantly being made available. So this landscape is continuously changing as that new data and new research does become available. Well, hopefully with the next couple of slides, we'll provide everyone with a really general idea of the type of impact that we have been seeing thus far. And while we want to be looking forward, it's also important that we take a look back at some data that was pre-pandemic just to get a better idea of that baseline and what kind of an impact that we have started to see. So some of the statistics that you'll be seeing are prior to 2020 and can serve as that kind of baseline. And then other statistics will be during 2020 to serve as that little bit of a temperature check to give us a better idea. So with that, what we have seen, so these next couple of slides do reflect pre-pandemic data. We pull from a multitude of different sources. The main sources we have for today are Mental Health America as a national organization has a state of mental health in America report that they release every single year. We have some data from the Department of Health, as well as the Youth Risk Behavior Survey. So the next couple slides come from the Mental Health America national organization, and this reflects research and data collected up to the year of 2018, but we've seen almost 18% of adults in Hawaii experience any diagnosable mental illness. We saw about 7% reported experiencing a substance use disorder, almost 5% experience suicidal ideation or suicidal thoughts. Now, of that first 18% of adults who experience any mental illness, we also found that, or see that almost 66% did not receive any treatment, and 12% of those individuals reported not being able to receive the treatment that they felt that they needed and they thought that they needed. And we see kind of similar numbers reflected for our youth as well, right? Almost 14% experienced at least one major depressive episode in the past year at the time where the survey was done or the data was collected. About 4% reported experiencing a substance use disorder, but of that almost 13%, 56% did not receive any treatment or any help for that major depressive episode. And these statistics are pretty reflective, I think, of the kind of help-seeking type of behaviors that we see in our society today, as well as highlights the different types of barriers that are in place that unfortunately make it hard for individuals to access mental health services. So just as an example, here are some of the different barriers that are in place, right? It could have to do with income or finances. It could be a loss of a job, right? A change in financial income, or it could be a lack of insurance, right? Insurance coverage or a loss of insurance because of that loss of a job. It could be because we often see an undersized mental health workforce here in Hawaii, but especially so on our neighbor islands. There's a disconnect between primary care systems and behavioral health care systems. I think that there is starting to be a shift towards treating the overall person as a whole. So treating both behavioral and mental health alongside with physical health, which is hopeful and encouraging to hear, but historically there has been a disconnect there. And then stigma, that's unfortunately still associated with mental health, are just a couple of the examples of the different types of barriers that are in place that just make it harder for people to be healthy. So the more awareness that we can raise, the more we can create safe spaces for discussions about mental health to happen, and the more messages that we can send that, you know, it's okay to not be okay sometimes, but getting help is effective. And there are a lot of different ways to be able to reach out and seek that extra help and support. Then we can continue to really break down some of these barriers that and overall just increase access to mental health services. When it comes to workforce availability, Hawaii ranks 24th for mental health workforce availability. So while we have seen an improvement in the rate of mental health providers over the past couple of years, the need for mental health services will continue to increase, especially as we see increasing rates of anxiety, of depression, and other mental health concerns in response to everything that has been happening in our world today over the past year. So while we are seeing some improvements, we need to be continuing along that path and increasing those rates of mental health providers that are available so we can also increase access to services. Right, so when it comes to suicidality here in Hawaii, we often get the question in our presentations that we give is, will the pandemic result in more suicides? And according to experts and according to research that has been made available thus far, it is really unclear how or even if the pandemic will affect suicide rates across the country, or more specifically here in Hawaii. But what is clear is the need for immediate prevention efforts to be happening, especially amongst those who may be at risk. So here's a snapshot of some of the data that we have as a courtesy of the Hawaii State Department of Health and their EMS and Injury Prevention and Control System branch. Is that every other day here in Hawaii, someone dies by suicide. It is the second overall leading cause of fatal injuries, and it's actually number one for a cause of fatal injuries for ages 15 to 29, as well as 30 to 44. And Hawaii ranks about 14th lowest rates for suicide in the United States. So again, just a snapshot. This is all pre-pandemic data, highlighting the importance of those prevention efforts. So, stressing the impact that self-care can have, of identifying different coping skills that are going to work for you in different situations, right? Stressing mental wellness and the things that we can do more upstream before it moves more towards downstream, where someone may be in a crisis, right? Or having suicidal thoughts. So prevention efforts do work, and they are effective across the board, across different age groups, across different socioeconomic statuses. This data comes from the Youth Risk Behavior Survey. So this is a survey that goes out to schools every couple of years. So anonymously self-reported data from students themselves. So we see that suicidal thoughts can be common here in Hawaii, but fortunately, we also see these numbers kind of decrease as we move along the spectrum. And I realize I didn't actually label these boxes for you, so my apologies for that. That first box reflects suicidal ideation, so having thoughts. 1 out of 4 middle school students, 1 out of 6 high school students reported having suicidal thoughts. The second box in the middle, 1 out of 6 middle school students, 1 out of 7 high school students reported having made a plan. And then that third smaller box, 1 out of 8 middle school students, 1 out of 10 high school students reported having made a previous attempt before. So, when we look at data like this, especially when it comes to suicidality, the real takeaway that I want you all to have while looking at these past 2 slides is, not everyone who thinks about suicide, not everyone who makes a plan, and not even everyone who makes an attempt actually dies by suicide. So what that tells us is that there are a lot of opportunities for us to step in and help, right? For that prevention effort to happen, or those early intervention efforts to happen. And there are a lot of really great prevention efforts that are happening across the state of Hawaii towards suicide prevention. So if that's something that you want to become more involved in or want to learn more about, please feel free to reach out to us at Mental Health America of Hawaii. We can connect you to the right people, the right task forces that are happening statewide or within a more specific county. And here is some data that we can see as that temperature check, right? So these are results from Mental Health America as a national organization. They have a free online screening tool, which can be accessed via our website that you can see here on the screen. Okay, so this gives us kind of a visualization of those increasing rates of anxiety and depression over the past year. These are pulled from their youth tests, right? There are several different tests that you are able to take, but more specifically, this reflects those rates of anxiety and depression for our youth. And this is nationwide as well. So we see that kind of increase that's happening, right, over the past year. And I think what's really interesting is that it wasn't just the pandemic, right, that is the reason behind these increasing rates. We also saw them, stating those reasons as being current events, like the political divide of our country today, the social and racial unrest and discrimination that has been happening for a long time, but we've seen a lot more light being shown on it in recent months. It's financial problems, it's increasing feelings of loneliness and isolation because we're all practicing physical distancing, right? So there's a multitude of different reasons that are behind these increasing rates of anxiety and depression. So we can't just say it's just the pandemic and leave it at that. We have a lot of different areas that we can address. And I do want to note that even though we talk a lot about identifying risk factors and areas that we want to be looking out for to make a difference, right, and to step in and help, we also should be thinking about the different types of protective factors, right, that are present in people's lives. There are a multitude of those as well that help to increase people's sense of resiliency, which is super important, right? The more we can increase our own emotional strength and increase our sense of resiliency, it's going to help us combat all of these risk factors. It's going to help us move through tough life situations and take on the things that life throws at us, which does seem to be a lot these days. So just know that there are a lot of different local and national resources that are out there that are available 24/7, like the ones you see on here. These are just a couple of different examples. If you are looking for any kind of help or resources or information about mental health services that are being offered here in Hawaii, but you don't quite know where to start looking for those, feel free to reach out to us at Mental Health America of Hawaii. Someone is usually available to answer the phone Monday through Friday, about 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. We're always happy to point people in the right direction, to answer any questions that we can to the best of our ability, or to help point people towards these really awesome resources and programs and organizations that have been continuously offering services to those in need in our communities. So here's our contact information. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions. But with that, I hope you got a kind of a good snapshot of that landscape of what mental health looked like before the pandemic or before 2020, and kind of that temperature check of what we have been seeing thus far as research continues to be available. So I think with that, maybe we have a Q&A session, or I'll pass that virtual back to Nolan and he can tell us what to do.
Hey, Amanda, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Amanda Martinez. You see all of the applause you're seeing on the screen, Amanda? That's for you. Someone even gave you a donut.
That's all I wanted was a donut.
Oh, now you're going to get a ton of donuts. Here it comes. Here you go. But Amanda, it's so great to be able to kind of see, not only hear what's going on, but be able to see the statistics that give us a clearer, landscape of what's going on in our community right now. And I was wondering, as you mentioned that, we're seeing an uprise in all of these statistics, and you said it's not just the pandemic, but there's all kinds of other things, social media, the political environment. Do you think, though, or do you see, based on these numbers, that there would be any reason to think that they will start to trend down at any point because of anything happening, whether it's things start to clear back up with the pandemic numbers going down, maybe the work being done to provide more resources? What is your take on what you foresee in the foreseeable future?
I think that's a great question to ask. It's hard to kind of predict that.
Right.
So no one can predict the future, right? But the hopeful little aspect of me wants to say that it's definitely a possibility, especially I think one of the more positive things to come out over the past year is that there has been more of a light being shown on mental health, right? More people are having conversations about mental health, sending the message that it's okay to not be okay sometimes, to reach out for help, because getting help is effective. So I think the more we can continue on with those efforts and that kind of route of thinking, then hopefully we will be able to see those prevention efforts taking effect and being a buffer in mitigating, all of those risk factors or these increasing impacts of negative impacts on people's mental health that we have been kind of seeing come out. So yes, hopefully let's continue the good work and hopefully make a difference in those numbers.
Was there anything in those numbers that surprised you, either good or bad, when you're doing this work?
Nothing too surprising. I think a lot of our efforts here at Mental Health America of Hawaii are very much so focused on that prevention aspect. So part of that is trying to be prepared as best as we can and look more upstream. So, I think it was just safe to assume that there would be a negative impact on people's mental health, everyone's mental health, right?
Right.
Because everything that we knew before kind of went out the window. So we've been trying to find new routines and new schedules and establish new self-care practices, and how do we connect with our friends and our loved ones in new creative ways. So I think that the data that has been coming out isn't too surprising from that lens. But I think what did surprise me a little bit were those reasons behind the increasing rates, that it wasn't just the pandemic, right? That we see all these other kind of larger societal factors that have an influence. So it's all just a bunch of things put together.
Yeah. Now, Amanda, we had a couple of questions in the chat come up. So I was wondering if I could ask this to you. This is from Randy Hack. Thank you, Randy, for your question. He's wondering if the Healthy People 2030 is out, and if so, does it have a suicide prevention goal as it did in the past?
Let's see. Hi, Randy. It's so good to see you here. Thank you for that question. I actually don't know off the top of my head if Healthy People 2030 is out, but I would assume that they would, or hope that they have a suicide prevention aspect to it and piece to it like they did in the past. I do know that Hawaii itself has goals and intentions for working towards suicide prevention, so that is even a piece within our own kind of efforts here in the state. But off the top of my head, I'm not sure if that Healthy People 2030 is available quite yet.
Well, our friend Mestiza said that Healthy People 2030 has been released, and I think they put the link to it in the chat. Thanks, Danielle. I think she put in the link there. And they said it's a federal document. So maybe, I guess last goal was around 100,000 per 100,000, it says here. They set in the rate per 100,000, Randy thinks. So I don't know if that helps you in any way with your answer. Okay, so if anyone else has any questions for Amanda, we'll keep her on just for another a little bit longer here, and you can throw it into the chat. Amanda, I think everyone is just really loving what you've prepared for us today. I mean, by all of the stars and donuts you've received, you got some rocket ships too. But I know you mentioned the different resources that people have access to for help. For those, here we have a question from Pedro. Hey, Pedro. He said, what are your recommendations for friends who are dealing with some of the issues you mentioned? He read my mind. I was just about to ask this. How can we be of a support to others?
Okay, so there are a few different ways that we can do that. I think first and foremost is making sure that we are taking care of ourselves, that we are practicing self-care and checking in with our own mental health, because we cannot pour into others when we ourselves are empty. So if we're not taking that time to boost our own mental health and mental wellness, then it's going to be hard to show up and take care of other people. But when we are in that place to be able to do so, it's just being there, right? It's having empathy. It is being able to listen actively without judgment or any biases, whether we are aware of those or not, right? So not just kind of sitting there and letting someone talk at you, but listening with your ears. So listening to the things that people are saying, or maybe what they're not saying, right? Reading in between the lines a little bit. It's listening with your eyes. So being on the lookout for changes in people's patterns or behaviors. Are they acting differently than they normally would? And is that something that we're starting to notice? And it's also listening with your heart and with your stomach. I know it's not a very scientific thing for me to say, but if something that someone says or something that someone does just doesn't quite sit right with you, it gives you that bad feeling in your stomach. Don't just ignore that feeling. Don't just ignore that instinct. Follow up with it. Ask some more questions. Just let the other person know that you care and you're asking because you care. And you can literally say that, I care about you and I'm worried about you and I just want to make sure that everything is okay. Right? So that's how we would want to check in with someone that we are worried about, but we can also show up and help support people in really easy ways, like building people up a little bit, maybe sending a text message every once in a while to a friend and saying, hey, I was thinking about you today and I hope you have a good day today. Like, that's a super easy thing to do, and that's showing someone that you care, that's reaching out and connecting and making that effort. And it only takes a couple seconds to type out and to send, right? So when we talk about being there to help support other people, of course, we want to be able to do so emotionally when someone needs us. But it could also be really easy things, not huge grand gestures, right? So lots
I
of
l-
different ways to show up.
Yeah, and those resources that you shared as well, just having those available to share with people that could use it would definitely be a big help. But I love what you said about just being there as someone who's listening and willing to understand and support that way versus trying to judge. Because I think when I was going through as I go through my journey with dealing with depression and anxiety, the one of the early problems I had was the shame and guilt that I felt at first, and I didn't want to share it with anybody because I was afraid that someone would judge me about it. So to hear you say, like, just be there for someone without judgment, you don't know how much that really rings true and how much that can help somebody feel comfortable being themselves and recognizing that they have support in that way. So I'm so glad that you shared that. And I hope those watching and listening who do have people in their lives that maybe they could be there for, understanding what you're saying. It can make such a big world of difference for someone just to know that they could be in a judge-free zone. And others here in the chat are agreeing too. Sandra said great advice, and have Joan saying this is perfect advice. Thank you so much. Ben Meyer, thank you. So everybody here, I think I speak on behalf of all of our attendees here. Thank you so much, Amanda, for not only coming here today and sharing your knowledge, but taking the time to gather all of this really valuable information. It's going to be very helpful to us all, and your words of inspiration has been just so valuable. So thank you so much, Amanda.
Thank you, Nolan. Thank you, everyone, for having me. Enjoy the rest of the event.
All right. Our mahalo to Amanda. Thank you so much. And thank you to each and every one of you who are participating in the chat with your comments and questions, and those who are using the emojis. Like it really does feel like we're all here together. As much as we're all separated by distance, this really does feel like we're all together. So thank you for just really being a part of this and supporting so much. Now, I want to take us over to our first awardee of the day. Throughout the day, we're going to be recognizing some amazing people and organizations. And our first awardee is going to be for the Outstanding Adult Mental Health Consumer Advocate. And that is none other than Miss Tara Reid. Tara is the mother of 3 who lives in Kihei, Maui, and she sees herself as a grassroots organizer. She's been creating working relationships with Maui's adult high-risk populations and engaging with social agencies like MPD and other treatment facilities in a continued effort to engage in the most recent empirical data-driven research for this population. Now, Tara was nominated for her strong presence in the Maui community, and she has a position on the Governor's Area Service Board for Mental Health and Substance Abuse, serving as chairperson of the board, while advocating for others, spending her free time volunteering with several agencies, including Aloha House, Mental Health Kokua, and Malama Family Center. Now, you can see more about Tara in her bio as it appears here in our dashboard. But in the meantime, I figured, why don't we just hear from Tara herself? Ladies and gentlemen, our first awardee, Miss Tara Reid.
Aloha, this is Tara from Maui. I wanted to thank everyone who recognized me and nominated me for this award. And it's a real honor to be recognized from Mental Health America as an outstanding consumer advocate. As a consumer advocate, I try to place myself in a variety of community positions that allows me to be the voice of change, or the voice for those less fortunate that maybe their voices aren't heard as much as other voices that tend to be louder. I use my story as a springboard in to advocate for change and for help and for funding. And I mean, you know what we do. So maybe someday I'll get to meet you in person. Please remember my name, that's what I tell anybody that I remember. My name's Tara Reed, and remember that name because I have hopes and dreams of doing big things, um, for people, just for people in general, right? Um, I have recorded this, I think, I'm not even kidding, like 100 times. And so, again, thank you so much. And I hope everybody is staying safe and that maybe someday we'll be able to meet in person. And I wish you much aloha. Bye bye.
Oh, congratulations, Tara. Thank you so much for those beautiful words. And how could we forget Tara Reid? I mean, we'll remember the name, but I think more importantly, we'll remember the person because you are just so amazing. And I saw you're joining us in the Zoom chat. So, Tara, for those of you who are in the Zoom chat, maybe you can throw your congratulations to Tara and she'll be there to talk with you if you like. And thank you so much for all you do and for your effort and the energy you are putting out into all of the help that you are wanting to provide for this much needed community. So thank you, Tara. An award greatly deserving of someone like yourself. So congratulations again to Miss Tara Reid. And now on to our next award, our Outstanding Family Mental Health Advocate Award. And that is going to none other than Kumi McDonald. Kumi volunteers in family support advocacy and shares her story while instilling hope towards recovery. She was nominated for this award by Dana Anderson, NAMI Hawaii Board Secretary, who highlighted Kumi's involvement with the crisis intervention training for the Honolulu Police Department, oversight of women wellness, the NAMI Walk, and the yearly NAMI Conference. Now, Kumi's life's mission is to help people and families affected by mental health issues so they can thrive. And she wants people to know that there is hope. Our second award winner for the day, ladies and gentlemen, is Kumi McDonald.
Aloha. I want to thank you all for this beautiful Mahalo Award. I remember my first Mahalo Award about 7 years ago, and I remember being in awe of the amazing people who were honored that day, thinking, gosh, I have so much to do. We have so much to do. I just started with NAMI back then, and I remember starting this new job with my own family, struggling with depression and anxiety. My son at the time was struggling with major depressive disorder, and I too was struggling with mild depression. And I just remember being overwhelmed with so much to do and the heartache and the struggles. And I was not only an employee of NAMI, I also became a participant of our programs. And as a family member, as a caregiver, I took the classes and just building these connections with people who are going through the same journey as I am and giving each other support, learning how to cope, how to better communicate, all of these tools that I've learned to become a better mother, to be a better caregiver to a loved one with mental health issues. And it also helped me with my own mental health journey to stay on top of things, take care of myself, be kind to myself, right? And so all these things that I've learned through NAMI programs, through the support groups, through all of our conferences and workshops, I've applied to my life. And it really has made a difference through the pandemic, as our family had gone through some physical challenges, we had some mental, emotional challenges, financial challenges, but through it all, with my faith in God, with the support of my family and friends, and this support of NAMI and the mental health community at large, many of you here today, I know that there is hope and a light at the end of the tunnel. And so I do want to thank you all for coming alongside of us and our family through this journey. And I want to thank our board, our volunteers, our staff, and all of you who participate in making a difference for mental health. So thank you very much for this wonderful honor. I truly am grateful. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Kumi McDonald. And man, thank you so much for your words and sharing your story. I've got chicken skin twice already now, and I have a feeling many of us all are feeling the same thing. Strap in, because all day long we're going to be acknowledging many of our community heroes here who are going to share some really powerful messages, and you're gonna have chicken skin like permanently all day. So I'm just letting you know. Maybe go grab a sweater, because it's gonna get emotional here. We have another award that we'd like to give out now, and this is for our Outstanding Employer Award. Now, this award is going to none other than Global Village Kailua. Congratulations, Global Village Kailua. You are our winner. And Global Village Kailua is a woman-owned Native Hawaiian family business serving Kailua for almost 25 years. Sherry Achik and her daughters, Debbie Achik Hopkins and Dawn Ravello, can be seen almost every day at the shop and have given back to the Kailua community since the beginning. Global Village features products that are unique, made from reusable, sustainable, and upcycled materials, and featuring environmentally friendly, locally made, fair trade, or products that have a social mission. Amongst the many things they do, you'll also find them teaching jewelry making to at-risk adolescents, working with Boys and Girls Windward Clubhouse, Family Promise, and Ko'olau Clubhouse, and mentoring students from grade school all the way through college. And looking at my wife and I's credit card bill, we have made many purchases at your wonderful establishment. They have amazing things that they not only sell, but the amazing things that they're doing for our community, which is why they're so deserving of this award. Ladies and gentlemen, Global Village Kailua.
Aloha, I'm Dawn here with my mom Sherry and my sister Debbie. And as of owners of Global Village, we are very humbled and honored to accept this award from Mental Health America of Hawaii. Over 4 years ago, I had the opportunity to listen to a presentation from Michelle Chow from the Friends of Ko'olau Clubhouse. And I was both moved and intrigued by what they were doing over there, what their mission was to decrease the stigma of mental illness and to provide a safe place of learning for people with mental illness. And then when she mentioned their program about transitional employment, I thought that that was something that Global Village might be able to participate in. We've always wanted to give back to the community, and we had been in other aspects, like we had a mentoring youth program that we had existing at the time. And I thought it would tie in great, and we never looked back.
I think to add to Don's sentiment, again, mahalo to Mental Health of America and to our ohana at Friends of Ko'olau Clubhouse. We were hesitant at first because of the stigma that mental health, because of the stigma that mental health comes with. And I think it took some time for us to get used to the idea. And I think with all the work that Michelle, Jenny, and Eve worked with us and guided us, that helped us overcome that and really learn so that we could share what we learned about mental health with our customers, with our team, and with ourselves individually.
Mahalo, Mental Health America of Hawaii. And a special thank you to Friends of Ko'olau Clubhouse.
Congratulations, Global Village Kailua, on an award well deserved. And thank you so much for all of your work in our community. And it's just so inspirational to see not only a business that is doing things for our community, but to see a business run by a family and seeing generations there. I come from a family of entrepreneurs and growing up in our family businesses. So to see those three amazing ladies and what they're doing and spreading this kind of positivity and inspiration into our community is just so invaluable. So congratulations again to Global Village Kailua. I hope you all are enjoying the conference so far. We've had some amazing presenters, some wonderful and inspirational acceptance speeches, and we have another keynote presenter coming up just shortly. But before we do, I wanted to remind you of all that you have available to you on our desktop dashboard. And so while, yes, we're enjoying this show on Zoom, you also saw that in the dashboard, you can interact with our different presenters, sponsors, and also the different ways that you can help support the Boys and Girls Club. Sorry, it's a little crazy this morning, and I thought I had all of my information here, but I don't. So here we go. So we have down at the bottom right-hand corner of the dashboard, the gamification area where you can see what the leaderboard looks like. And in fact, later on, I'm going to go check and see who's leading, and I can say who's doing the most interacting. But every action you do on the dashboard earns you points. So the more points you earn, the better chance you have of winning one of those two $50 CPK gift cards. And then underneath that is the donate button for the Waipahu Aloha Clubhouse fundraiser. So you just click on that and it'll take you directly to their website where you can make an online donation. And we're really trying to help support this amazing organization. And in fact, you can join their chat room as well from the dashboard. It's one of the buttons at the top of the screen. So you can learn more about what they're doing, join their discussion. And then also, if you are so kind to help donate to their fundraiser, just click on the bottom right-hand corner button there of the page where it says donate to the fundraiser. And we would greatly appreciate that. We have so much going on here today. More awards will be announced, more presentations and keynote speakers. I see that we have coming up a speaker that is going to be joining us from the mainland. So they are so kind into bringing their knowledge and expertise to us from across the ocean here. And I believe that we have them on. I think they are here. Is that right? Okay. So it looks like their assistant has them set up. So I think he will be ready to go. So, okay, great. But I don't want to be the one who introduces them because far be it from me. I'm just the mere MC. So I'm going to turn it over to my boss here. Let's go ahead back to our CEO of MHAH, Mr. Brian Talisiani.
Thank you, Nolan. Even after more than a year of being primarily virtual, technology still is scary to us. So I appreciate your folks' patience with any of the glitches this morning. At this time, I'd love to introduce you folks to one of our greatest supporters and a good friend, Claudia Christ, CEO of Sutter Health Kahi Mohala, our title sponsor. Claudia, welcome, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Brian, and welcome everyone to this wonderful celebration of raising voices to save lives. It's an absolute honor to support the outstanding work of Mental Health America Hawaii. A big mahalo to you, Brian, and your team here at MHA Hawaii for developing such a thoughtful and much needed celebration and also call to action delivered through such a highly respected and diverse group of speakers and leaders. Here to introduce our morning keynote speaker is one of my personal heroes in the field of mental health and addiction care. My boss, John Boyd, the CEO of Mental Health and Addiction Care Services at Sutter Health. Hey, John.
Thank you, Claudia. It's so great to see you. I look forward to seeing you in person soon. And I'm just so grateful for all of the work that you're doing at Kahi Mohala and throughout the state. So thank you for that. It is my privilege to introduce a friend and colleague, Honorable Patrick Kennedy. Patrick has an incredible ohana. His wife, Amy Kennedy, is a school teacher and also serves on the National MHA board alongside myself, and just has these incredible, passionate kids. So I want to start with that in regards to describing one of the absolute best things about Patrick. The Honorable Patrick Kennedy has 16 years in the U.S. House of Representatives, being a tireless advocate for mental health and addiction care, and absolutely the driver behind the U.S. Mental Health Parity Bill. He is the author co-author of an incredible book called The Common Struggle, where he lays out his journey through navigating family life, mental health, and addiction care within that context. He is the founder of the Kennedy Forum. He is also the founder of the Don'tDenyMe.org organization. And he also serves as the co-founder of PsychHub, which is an incredible resource offering all types of support, including the Mental Health Ally certification and other videos such as that. Patrick, I'm looking forward to hearing you today. We've talked about getting you on island prior to the pandemic. We will absolutely still drive towards that end as soon as we can safely travel. But thank you so much. It's an honor and a privilege to welcome you with a lot of aloha, and mahalo just for taking the time to share with us your passion.
Surprise! No, I am not Representative Kennedy. I think here he is. We wanted to give him a chance. You know, he's so busy that he had to tend to some things, but I see he just sat in his chair. I'm going to give him a second to put on his headset, and he will be joining us. I played many roles as an actor, but Representative Kennedy will probably be my finest accomplishment of a role that I've played. But as good of a job as I think I'm doing, I think he can do a better job playing himself. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, here is Representative Kennedy.
Everybody, so glad to be all of you. Congratulations to the Mahalo recipients and to my friends at Sutter and John Boyd and all of those who are helping to celebrate this this month, but to celebrate their recovery if they've been blessed enough to have achieved sobriety on a day-to-day basis and are able to progress in their lives and fulfill many promises that they never expected to have come true, all by dint of the fact that they chose a new way of thinking and a new way of acting. And let me just say, I'm so grateful to all of you for being advocates. If anything, we need advocacy now more than ever. I think there's an opportunity for us to really help change attitudes and old stigmas and prejudices and biases towards people with addiction, illnesses, and mental illnesses. I think there's such an opportunity for us also to frame our advocacy to strengthen mental health, so that really what we're about is treating those who are in crisis, who have a chronic disease called addiction, alcoholism, mental illness, but also to go upstream and really fortify all of our people to better manage their lives and those stressful situations that are part of life in a way where they are less likely to succumb to addiction and mental illness. So there's obviously many of us who have that genetic predisposition, if not physical wiring that leaves very little room for us to determine our own fate because of illness that, like psychosis, that can absolutely begin to unravel our brains, and which, if not treated in a timely manner, can be very debilitating. But the great news is we as a nation know how to interrupt that spiral, that part of the brain that can start to decompensate if we intervene holistically, really at the first incidence of schizophrenia, any other psychotic episode. As we all know, our country responds to mental illness and addiction only as a crisis situation. We, in compare it to cancer, we treat all our illnesses as stage 4 illnesses. In other words, we don't do anything like diabetes does or cancer does or heart disease does, which is screen for people's propensity to have those illnesses early in people's lives by taking a family history of what their family has suffered from, and then determining whether they too are at risk for a family illness of mental illness or addiction, or whether the trauma that they have suffered in their lives, growing up in an alcoholic home, growing up in a home with domestic violence, growing up in poverty, growing up a racial minority, all of the impacts that those factors and so many others have on the brain's development, how much trauma factors into creating the kindling for an addiction to take place. And of course, ultimately, for those who have addiction out of a growing dependence on a substance to cope, which ultimately becomes a physical dependency and then a mental obsession, and then we're on our way to full-blown addiction. The good thing is that we can do a much better job at identifying those early signals, if you will, those early biomarkers. It may not be the same as getting your A1C blood level, but we know today that we can identify those risk factors and really stratify our population based upon where they are on those risk factors. And there are ways for us to really determine people's ability to manage and cope and better be able to resolve stressful situations in productive ways as opposed to counterproductive ways, which is what I never learned to do until I really started working 12-step recovery myself. My story is, I find, not unique. I definitely have a unique family background. My uncle was president of the United States. Another uncle was almost president before he was also assassinated, Robert Kennedy. My father ran for president and was someone who goes down in history as one of the most prolific and effective United States senators ever to serve in the United States Senate, a great friend of the late Senator Inouye, and that's Ted Kennedy. And I certainly have enormous expectations that I never knew how to respond to, felt overwhelmed by. And then those coupled with our family denial of how much trauma, my uncle's murder, my father's accident on Chappaquiddick, which killed his passenger, my mother's addiction to alcohol and other medications, and her mother's death to alcoholism as well, and severe depression, where she was so isolated from my grandfather and everyone else in her family that she was not found for a week after she had died. Those are all traumas that I have no idea how they impacted me. I only knew that I grew up at a time where the answer to deal with life's challenges was to self-medicate. I learned and felt as if drugs and alcohol did for me what I could not do for myself. I had no coping mechanisms, no social emotional learning skills, no ability to problem solve the challenges I faced in my life. The only response that I had really modeled for me was a response to run away and hide. And I did that through drugs and alcohol for a better part of my life. I entered the world of advocacy rather unexpectedly, definitely unexpectedly, and in a way that I would never wish on anyone, from the vantage point that I had someone who was in treatment with me for cocaine addiction and benzodiazepine addiction, in addition to alcohol addiction, tell my story for me on the front page of the Enquirer, National Enquirer. And of course, the National Enquirer picked a very select photo of me looking very bedraggled and very much under the influence. And that it was a picture that I woke up with one day as a new person who, in sobriety, back when I was about 19, 20 years old, having just been sober about a year, thinking that I had licked my illness, that it was over, that I had crashed, that I learned my lesson, and that I would never have this happen to me again. And of course, I had no idea that the insidious nature of addiction is that you replace one addiction with another. That unless you're dealing with the root of addiction, that it can pop up in any number of ways, both through drugs and alcohol, but also through sex and gambling and compulsion of any kind, where you lose control of your ability to manage your own response to situations. And just like Bill W. said in the original text in 12-Step Recovery, the obsession obliterates any notion or idea to the contrary that this is not a good idea to start using drugs and alcohol again, or any other process addiction, as I've just said. And what ends up happening is then the phenomena of craving starts once you ingest that substance. And so I went on after years of thinking I could control and enjoy drinking, since it wasn't my original drug of choice. I went on thinking I could manage this. And of course, these are progressive illnesses. So my life started to once again fall apart, first on alcohol, then on benzodiazepines again, and then on stimulants and Adderall, and finally on Oxycontins and any opioid that I could get my hands on. It was a lesson to me that these are really progressive illnesses, and as I said, the underlying mechanism is not opioid addiction or cocaine addiction or marijuana addiction or alcohol. It's addiction, addiction, addiction. It comes in the form of different drugs or in the form of different behaviors. But it's all the same phenomena. And so this day I woke up and saw my face on the front page of the National Enquirer. I was very disheartened. I thought that my early political career was over, because of course the only reason my face was on the cover is not only did I have the last name Kennedy, but I was also an elected official at the time. So it made for very good, scintillating and very good purient interest in scandal, which of course we all love. And I was a easy person to not like, so to speak, because of all of the very unflattering characteristics that I exhibited, which are, I think, symptoms of having the disease of addiction, is that you become extremely self-centered, extremely selfish, and of course you push everybody away from you and you isolate. And and you feel sorry for yourself and you think nothing of anything else but yourself. And it's a dangerous place to be. And people were condemning me. The only thing that ended up saving my political future was the fact that people ended up becoming more angry at the roommate I had in rehab who sold his story to the National Enquirer about me. They turned on him as much as they hated addicts. They hated people who ratted on addicts even worse. So I ended up surviving the next election and the one after. And then I got elected to the United States Congress as the youngest member of Congress from the smallest state in the country, Rhode Island. And then I think it's smaller than Hawaii in total landmass. That'd be an interesting question. But like you, on the water, we're blessed to have grown up by the sea. And so I represented Rhode Island as the youngest member of Congress, smallest state, and I was in the minority party when I was first elected. So the bottom line is I was the lowest man on the totem pole in Congress. But in spite of the fact that I was the lowest person on the totem pole, I got to put my name as the number one name on a bill that required the end to discrimination of the diseases of addiction and mental illness. I got to be on the legislation that outlawed discrimination against any mental illness or any addiction. And the legislation specifically went so far as that you had to reimburse for treatment for the brain like you would reimburse for any other organ of the body. And furthermore, you had to do it inpatient in-network or outpatient in-network or outpatient out-of-network, or in pharmacy care or in emergency room care, that we expected no less than the same treatment, i.e. parity and equity with coverage for brain-based illnesses as we would expect for coverage of diabetes and other chronic illnesses like cardiovascular disease and asthma and so forth. And it turned out to be the pinnacle of my legislative achievements during my 16 years in Congress. And to think that I would not have been the sponsor of that legislation, would not have enjoyed all the benefits of getting to know so many advocates across the country who, like me, suffered from the disease of addiction and ultimately found a way out. I never would have been associated with this movement had it not been for the roommate that I had in rehab who ratted on me and told my story to the National Enquirer. What that did to me was, it tattooed a alcoholic addict on my forehead. I had a lot of notoriety around it, especially since I was in elective office and public life. And every event that I went to, I had people come up to me and tell me about their own struggles. And I came away thinking to myself, I bet they wish they were in my shoes, because how much did I really enjoy the fact that no matter what room I went into, I could count on people who were just like me coming up and self-identifying. By the way, in secret, but identifying themselves to me. And yet none of them knew about the other ones in the room. So it really is further isolating when we cannot tell on ourselves and cannot share who we are to other people. And when we keep all of that bottled up inside and we keep that secret, as we know in recovery, we're only as sick as our secrets. And unfortunately, stigma, keeps us stuck in our secrets in many cases. And that silence is deadly. There was an old sign during the HIV/AIDS movement, silence equals death. And I'd say the same sign applies to the diseases of mental illness and addiction. So I want to say to all of you, thank God you're out there bringing the sunlight to these issues, shining a light on effective recovery, shining on the light on those of us who've been blessed with recovery because we had those support systems, not only for our physical treatment for addiction and mental illness, but also our mental health treatment for the mental obsession that comes with addiction and mental illness, but also for those of our fellows who, like us, have struggled with addiction. They're our spiritual component. They're the ones who gift us with the realization that we can overcome the seemingly intractable monster of an addiction, because they've shared their stories, and their stories tell us that if they can do it, that we can do it. And what a powerful, motivating inspiration that is. And it doesn't come from any textbook. It doesn't come from any professional work, although professions help us. They're ultimately unsuccessful and never have had success in treating the diseases of addiction the way only one's peer, only one alcoholic talking to another, one addict talking to the other can do. And that is why all of us have a role to play. As much as we may think about regretting the past and all that we did, we have to come to the realization that our past is our greatest strength. The fact that I, midway through my time in Congress, got arrested for a DWI, got arrested by the Coast Guard and the airport police on 3 different occasions, all in the course of a pretty short period of time, meant that I could not take my disease anywhere I went, whether I was on the high seas or going through airports or just driving to the United States Capitol for a vote. And it was really those experiences combined with the realization and the moment of clarity that ultimately I could never enjoy and manage my addictions in the way that I had wanted to, that the only solution for me was to come to the realization that I had a mental illness called addiction, that the best way to treat that illness is to meet those thoughts before they become actions, before they become behaviors. And so over the years in 12-step recovery, I have learned how to better identify all my triggers, all the risk factors that put me in jeopardy for relapse. I also stay in constant contact with all of my fellows. It's my way of staying in touch with a higher power, which really works through my fellows in recovery. And I learned how to push the pause button, recognize when my fight or flight response, my reaction, my need to be right and the other person needs to be wrong, when those thought patterns come to mind, when I'm tempted to shout and react, I know that those are moments for me to stop and recognize that I have the power to have a different response than the one I'm feeling at the moment. And I learned through working the steps of recovery and acknowledging where I was wrong and making amends for it. I learned that I had to acknowledge and continue to acknowledge my faults, and that with that came a greater trust from others in me that hadn't existed before, and ultimately a greater sense of integrity myself, that I was worthy of the trust and the faith the people were putting into me, not feeling that all the time, but being able to recognize that those inner voices that tell me that I'm less than, that I can't, make it like others, I'm not as effective, is just that, a negative voice, that I can do and be of service to others, and that my value and self-esteem really comes from doing esteemable things. It really comes from reaching out to others and not thinking of myself, but how I can help others. In helping others, I get freed from the prison of my own mind. I have to think about their problems and challenges and what they're going through, and it immediately is kind of a tonic for whatever is bothering me. So I, like many of you, say my gratitude list not only every day, but sometimes more than once a day, when I need to appreciate that whatever my challenges are today, so long as I'm not drinking and drugging, I have a chance to get through whatever I'm going through. That drinking and drugging will only make whatever problems I'm facing today worse. And I ultimately, to cap off my story, had to leave the United States Congress just over 10 years ago because I realized that I could no longer do the job that I had been doing for 16 years, living in our nation's capital in Washington, D.C., the way I had been for the previous 2 decades, and continue to survive. I needed to go someplace else, do something else, and meet everyone else, mostly people in recovery, where I basically reestablished long-term recovery by going to meetings all the time, and turning to my late cousin and great fan of Hawaii, Christopher Lawford. And I am certain that some of you who are in long-term recovery in Hawaii will remember my cousin Chris Lawford. He was in a lot of rooms, and I know he wouldn't mind being recognized. He passed away a few years ago, but I give him a shout out because I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for him. He not only brought me his own story, but he also understood my family story. And in that regard, he really helped me navigate early recovery and gain a foothold and a strong foundation, because he had done so and had dealt with a lot of the same things I was dealing with. And he cared a lot about the movement of recovery. He wrote several books about recovery, Moments of Clarity, Symptoms of Withdrawal, great names and titles for books on recovery. And he really loved me at the time when I couldn't love myself, just was so solid in his own recovery he could focus on mine when I needed the extra help. Today, I take him and his all that he imparted to me with me as I reach out to my fellows who are just getting recovery, or who, like me, need constant help with staying on the road of recovery. And so I just want to say to all of you, this is so awesome that you guys are celebrating recovery, you're celebrating mental health awareness, you're working through your own actions to say no to stigma, to ending the discrimination against these illnesses so that more people can get the needed medical care. And by the way, get it earlier in their disease cycle so that they do not have such a rough road of it because we wait so long to get people the help that they need. I just want to thank all of you. I want to thank Mental Health America. My wife is on Mental Health America's national board and is so thrilled, along with others, Paul Gianfrido, your great executive director, to be part of the great work that Mental Health America is doing all over the country, and particularly highlighting the needs of our young people as they go back to school, having suffered a great deal this last year with the isolation, compounding the fact that so many are already isolated because of screen time and the overuse of technology. We really have a job to socialize them in our community so that they feel loved, they feel part of, and they do not run the risk of really self-medicating because they get no support and sustenance from their community. We know as people in recovery how much that meant to us in our ability to be strong enough to fight stress in our lives without acting in a counterproductive way, maladaptive way. And we need to impart those crucial skills to our young people of today. And so I want to thank the leadership of Paul Gianfrido and the leadership locally there in Mental Health America for all you're doing, for helping us spend some of those dollars that are appropriated for Get Back to School to get back to socialization, get back to mental health, get back to social emotional learning. There's no way our kids are going to be able to learn their numeracy and literacy. There's no way they're going to succeed in academics if their amygdala is going off, their fight or flight response, if they're so traumatized by the circumstances they're coming to school with that they cannot absorb any academic information. So the lessons, as my cousin Chris would often tell me, of those in recovery are really relevant to everybody because they're universal concepts. And those of us who are in recovery are just fortunate enough to get them spoon-fed to us on a day-to-day basis because of our attendance in 12-step meetings. So with that, I see my great friend John Boyd. Thank you, John. I put on the closest thing to a Hawaiian shirt that is pretty sad for me, so I count on you to bring me some mahalo mugs and some good Hawaiian shirts back when you come back my way.
I'll make sure and do that, Patrick. Just you may not have a Hawaiian shirt on, but you express the absolute best of what Aloha is about. And I just wanted to take a moment as we transition into formal Q&A and just give you a heartfelt mahalo for everything you've done. We could talk about your incredible work in Congress, all of the things that you've accomplished with the Kennedy Forum, co-founder of Psych Hub. You've just done so much, and we've just got a lot of gratitude. You mentioned your wife, Amy Kennedy, and your ohana is just such a beautiful, beautiful ohana. And Amy, as a school teacher, just an incredible advocate for teachers' mental health, as well as the mental health of students. And so I know that we've talked about over a handful of years, you and Amy coming and join us on island. And I'm hopeful next year we can get you out there and even do some specialized work around teachers and students' mental health with Amy. So hope to see you soon. Love you. Much aloha. And I'll turn this over to formal Q&A.
Thank you, John Boyd, and thank you to Sutter and all its leadership in this space.
Well, thank you so much, Representative Kennedy. I think if you were to look in the chat, you just see so many, such an outpouring of appreciation and gratitude for sharing your story and providing us with some really inspirational messages there. So thank you for your time. If you don't mind, if we have about 10 minutes to run through some questions that we have for you. Okay, great. The first question we have is from Randall. He's asking, when is the 988 suicide prevention national number going to be operational? Do you know that?
Well, there's no reason why we can't make it operational, by the end of this year. Unfortunately, the deadline is the end of the following year. And I really think that the sooner we get it done, the better. The crisis is upon us. The great thing about 988 is it sets a whole different set of expectations for every community in America. In other words, that along with the local police, along with the local firefighters, we're going to have another set of first responders. And they're the ones that are, frankly, are doing what a lot of, unfortunately, our police and fire are doing. Firefighters are doing. And they're going to have to respond to people who are mentally ill and not taken care of on our streets. They're going to have to respond to the overdoses, and they're going to have to respond to all of the incidences that, frankly, are taking up too much of our time in our criminal justice system, because really we don't have a public health system. So I really see 988 as a game changer where we can avoid a lot of people going to jail, which doesn't make their illness any better. If anything, it just really exacerbates their illness and symptoms. We can really get ahead of a crisis for them, address their needs in a mental health way, not in a criminal justice way. And I think that's the direction we want to go. And 988 will help us do that.
That's fantastic. We'll keep our fingers crossed. And as we move on to that, next question we have, you're so kind in sharing your story. This question kind of relates to that. How important is it to keep telling your story and others telling their story to break the stigma surrounding substance use and abuse?
So I find on a daily basis, I have to keep acknowledging that I'm powerless over my disease, because my disease lies to me. Every day it says, "Oh, Patrick, you're doing well. You're back. You've got over 10 years of continuous uninterrupted sobriety." But of course, I find myself with real challenges on all my character defects that I want to address. And of course, topping the list, taking from the old book, Pride, Anger, Envy, Greed, Lust, Gluttony, and Sloth. Pride leads the list. It's me thinking I want things my way, as opposed to just me asking what I can do to be of service. Anger, envy, greed, lust, that's a big one. Gluttony, sloth. These are things that take me away from my ability to be of service to my fellows and my family. So, and if I do not have integrity and sobriety with respect to that, then I am really in jeopardy of dissolution and being fractured and mangled by my conscience, such that I would want to drink and drug to self-medicate. And so that's how my program works. I have to work my program well before I even think of picking up a drink or a drug, so that I'm not in a position where I'm vulnerable, I'm hungry, angry, lonely, tired, spells halt. I've got to stop and recognize that my mental health is my number one priority, because if that goes, the Katie bar the door, anything is going to go wrong down the line. And I can guarantee people, it may not happen the first time you go back to take a drink or a drug, but I can guarantee you it will happen with certainty at some point when you least expect it, as it happened to me throughout my life, where I thought I had my control, I could control and manage my use of drugs and alcohol, only to end up in another jackpot, another getting arrested again, having another blackout, having more problems. So, not all my problems were caused by drugs and alcohol, but every problem I had was made worse by drugs and alcohol. So I tell my story because it's a reminder to this thick head of mine that just has trouble absorbing the fact that I'm mentally and physically different from my fellows. I cannot entertain any addictive thinking, or I just go off to the races.
That's really inspirational to know that, just as much as you're helping others by sharing your story, that it also equally is helping you in your journey by sharing your story. So thank you so much for explaining that. We have another question from Dr. Sugimoto Matsuda. She says, I really appreciate the emphasis on the overlaps and commonalities among the different types of addiction and behavioral mental health challenges. Unfortunately, so many of our programs are split by type, for example, opioids, alcohol, depression, anxiety, etc. And they think maybe due to their funding streams. So how can we break down these silos so prevention and services reflect these overlaps?
So my feeling is that I wrote this law called the Mental Health Parity and Addiction Equity Act. It's been in effect for just over 10 years, but we really still need to enforce it. It really says that whether you're Medicaid, Medicare, or any of the big insurance companies, you must pay for reimbursement for mental illness and addiction in the same way you do cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and cancer, and so forth. And I believe then we treat this in the medical system as a medical issue, even though I've acknowledged that a big part of my recovery is from the spiritual connection I get from being in fellowship with my fellows in recovery. The physical aspect of this has to be treated in the medical system. And if we do that, then we're not going to have a situation where we have to give block grants to deal with this, which is part of what you're talking about. Block grants do not gauge how many people in Hawaii in a given year have challenges, or what the need is, or how much the state of Hawaii puts towards services or towards recovery. And so basically, 2/3 of the way through the budget year, you can run out of money. That's not what happens with cancer treatment. That's not what happens with heart disease. And it shouldn't be what happens with mental illness or addiction. Now, the other problem, as you pointed out, is that we've siloed mental health over here and addiction over here when the two clearly overlap. Our advocacy also has to be mindful of this. So, I can't be, only through my own experience, I'm an alcoholic and I'm addicted to a polysubstance. So over time, it took me a long time to realize that it wasn't the color of sneakers that I was wearing. It was the fact that I was tying up those shoelaces and running away from my problems. And I'll never forget, as a public official, constantly being interrogated. Did you drink, 4 shots at the Hawk and Dove at 11:30 Thursday night? Did you take Oxycontin? When did you, none of that. It really does. And of course, I was such an addict that I thought I was not intoxicated because I was taking Phenergan for my upset stomach, because I also knew that it made you loopy. And I was taking Ambien to get to sleep because I wasn't using Oxycontins anymore and I had trouble sleeping. And yet I still got up in the middle of the night, got behind my car, and nearly ran over a Capitol Police officer. So my point is, the deception and denial of these illnesses is so hard to break that I have to constantly fight to breaking it every single day, because my mind lies to me about how fatal and threatening my illness is to myself and my family and others around me.
I think it's just so great that you are so willing to be open to sharing your experiences and what was going on personally within you, as we try to understand more ways in how we can support the community. And so hearing this, I think, really gives people a lot of ammunition to fight this, ongoing disease and issue. So,
and I might just add, so I've talked about behavioral interventions. I'm also taking antidepressants, because that's treating my physical disease of depression, in some cases somewhere on the spectrum with manic, depressive, bipolar, somewhere on that spectrum. I don't know where. But the bottom line is, I treat it with medication, like I treat my asthma with medication. And when I was first getting sober from opioids, I took medication-assisted treatment for over a year, Suboxone. That helped me continue to stay at work, right? Because I couldn't leave work. And it helped put the fire of my addiction in my brain out for at least while I was on the Suboxone. Then I had to learn how to live. In some cases, people stay on the Suboxone as they do methadone, and they incorporate their other recovery with that medication. And it all depends on your own neurobiology. So
Right.
some people need to do that. That's best for them. For me, I was able to titrate off of Suboxone and then go stick purely on an antidepressant and complement it with really good recovery and peer support. So that's what works for me. But I don't know what works for anyone who's watching this. But I can guarantee you, don't compare yourself to others. Whatever works for you is what's important for you to follow.
That's so great that you said that. Yes, I absolutely agree. I want to go to another question from our chat here. And she just earlier was a recipient of one of our awards this morning. This question comes in from Tara Reed. She's asking, do you see a shift in the government that allows for the criminal justice system to provide for more rehabilitation or correction to the much needed population? For example, reintegration services for people that are being released.
Yeah, so there's this great organization in Missouri, as there is, I'm sure, in every state, but I've just learned about this Concordance Academy, and they've got really hard data that if you take folks just as they're coming out of the state penitentiary, for example, and really address their trauma, and there's so much trauma with so many of these members of the justice-involved population, and address their mental illness and co-occurring addiction, that you can dramatically reduce their rate of recidivism, returning back to jail or prison, which right now has a 75% chance of happening within 5 years and over 50% within 2 years. So we as a nation pay all the costs for police time, adjudication time, incarceration time, and probation time. That's a lot of money. Imagine if we put those dollars to dealing with people's mental illness, their addiction, their previous experience with trauma. What if we gave them the tools to help them manage their lives? What if we gave them the supports? There are also programs in places like Miami-Dade, just by providing supportive housing for people with mental illness, with a complement of support. They've dramatically reduced the number of people who are getting arrested and put in jail, because so many of the people who are getting arrested and put in jail are people who are just dealing with active addiction and active psychosis and mental illness, all of which can be treated if we had the system there to treat them. So I absolutely agree with you. The criminal justice system is an indictment on us as a society, because it's an indictment that we have not been able to come up with a better system that, by the way, makes us all safer. Let's make sure we understand and double score that. We're safer if people get the rehabilitation, because over 50% of violent crimes are committed by people who are previously incarcerated. 50%. So if you don't address that, you are jeopardizing your friends and family and neighbors by not meeting the needs of the person who has lost their ability to manage their behavior in such a way as they don't end up back in jail. So this is a definitely, we're approaching the first anniversary of George Floyd on May 25th, his death, the reckoning in this country to systemic racism and our criminal justice system. And I think it's really about time that we really take stock of how we have been acting as a country. Like, our country needs to do a moment of clarity, right? We need our own insight as to how wrong we've gotten it for so long, where we've just turned to the criminal justice system to solve a problem that's really a public health problem.
I'm so glad that you feel this way, and it's obvious we can hear and feel your passion towards it. I'm curious, amongst your constituents, in the government environment, do you feel like that there are a lot who share the same thoughts that you have? Like, what is the sense of how much support these ideas that you have just shared with us are shared with the others in government?
Yeah, I would say that a lot of my colleagues, they're no different from the people they represent. They got a lot going on in their lives and in their heads. And I have to tell you, like I did before, that my experience getting really on every newspaper in the country, all over the networks, when I got arrested, when I was trying to drive what I thought was a vote at 3 a.m. in the morning in the United States Capitol, and where I almost ran over a Capitol police officer and ran my car into the security. After that, I had tons of colleagues, both Republican and Democrat, reach out to me whom I really didn't know. Like I'd walk past them in the hall, and they asked to meet with me. And as I said before, I was the only one they knew amongst all 435 of us that also had an alcohol and drug problem. So what ended up happening is I got to meet all of my colleagues in Congress who also are in recovery from drugs and alcohol, or who have families who are in recovery or still struggling, or who may not have been able to get into recovery and are still out there suffering. And they admit to me that all of the problems that they have, but I was a safe person for them to tell, because they knew I understood where they were coming from. So what you're all there doing right now with this event is you're making a pledge to be that person to talk about mental health, to explain the disease of addiction, to talk about your own experiences, so that you make others less alienated and less alone. I would say that a majority of my colleagues in Congress would vote for mental health and addiction in a myriad of ways, from in our schools, reimbursed through telemental health in every school nurse's office in the country. Can you imagine what a difference that would make? Wow. To including pre-adjudication treatment in our criminal justice system, to making sure that we have really strong workplace standards for support of people with mental illness and addiction, support of recovery, support of housing. Expungement after you've served your time, you should be able to move on with your life. You have served your time. You shouldn't have that hanging over your whole life and really driving you back into, active addiction, because you don't have a chance for recovery to take hold. And I am for ending check the box. I'm for expungement when you've served your time. I'm for pre-adjudication so that you don't even get caught up in the criminal justice system if your problems are really problems of unaddressed mental illness and unaddressed addiction. So anyway, I think a lot of my colleagues would support all those programs, and I think they will if we now get mobilized. I really think after COVID-19, I think nobody made it through COVID-19 without some experience of a mental health challenge, right? And so no one can just say, oh, that's those people, because they experienced it either in their own life or in their family's life. So I think we're really at a moment where we can change the conversation entirely. And I encourage everybody who's at this meeting watching to do it. And if you're interested, I started this thing called the Kennedy Forum, named after my uncle, President Kennedy. He was the first president to sign the original Community Mental Health Act of 1963. And the model of the Community Mental Health Act is really the model we want for Hawaii and everywhere else, which is we don't want more. We need more psychiatric beds, right? But what we really need is to support people. We need more inpatient, right? But what we really need is to have a long-term recovery system that supports people in recovery, so that you don't have people constantly needing to relapse because our system doesn't treat it like a chronic illness. And I think members of Congress would vote for that. And I know the law requires health insurance companies to already pay for that. The only difference is there's not enough of us who are going to the insurance commissioner's office in Hawaii, going to the governor, going to your attorney general in Hawaii and saying, guess what? I have a health plan. They're not covering my mental illness or addiction. I expect you to investigate. I mean, that takes a lot, I know. But when our fellows, and there are a lot of us, start doing that, that's the moment that Congress is going to change and the country's going to move in a different direction.
All right, I love it. We got a plan. We got our marching orders. Now we got some work to do. But Representative Kennedy, thank you so much for spending so much of your valuable time with us here. Thank you for being so honest and for inspiring us with your story. And I'll work with John to make sure that you get proper Aloha attire next time. That Aloha shirt,
yeah,
it's just not working here. Well, thank you so much, Representative Kennedy. All right. Well, thank you so much to Representative Kennedy and John and Claudia for a really fantastic session there. We learned a lot, and thank you to those of you who threw your questions in the comment section there. And if for our presenters later, our keynote speakers later, if you want to ask questions, just remember you can throw in the questions into the Zoom chat, and we'll pick it up. And I'll do my best to send them off to our speakers and get them to answer your questions. But in the meantime, I would love to give you guys an opportunity to go and visit our Waipahu Clubhouse, also our sponsors and exhibitors areas, because the more of these activities you do, the more points you can get and move up on that leaderboard for the possibility of winning one of those 2 CPK gift certificates valued at $50 each. And I can see that there's a lot of action going on there. And just so you know, at the top of the leaderboard, you see some of the administrators and Brian and Trisha. Don't worry, they don't qualify for these prizes. And I see actually you guys have knocked them out of the top spot. So we have currently in the lead is Tiffany and Aponi. So they are in the lead, but not by much. There's still a chance that others can jump in there and get back up the leaderboard. So again, the more activities you do, the more links you click on, the more you participate on the dashboard, the more points you'll get. So you can also look at this leadership or the leaderboard as well. It's on the right-hand side of the dashboard there. We're also going to take the next 10 minutes to give you a chance to take a break, to jump on into any of these rooms. And we'll also be sharing with you a meditation video. So for those of you who just want to take this break to, reset, refresh, we'll be playing that for you. And then in a few minutes, we'll return back for the rest of our program for today's Mental Health Awareness and Awards Celebration 2021. Aloha and welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed your break. And for those of you who got to partake in the meditation, if you're like me, I needed someone here to wake me up because it was so relaxing and so good. But we really appreciate everyone going and visiting all of our exhibitors and supporters and sponsors as well during that break. And they'll still be there throughout the day. So please continue to support them and check in on everybody that has been such an integral part of making today possible. We're going to move on now to a very special portion of today's events. It is now time for our Student Voice Awards. Now, I want to share a little bit about PBS Hawaii's Hiki no Project, which is Hawaii's new wave of storytellers program. This is where they teach elementary, middle, and high school students how to create PBS quality news features that reach a statewide audience on PBS Hawaii and a worldwide audience on PBS Hawaii's website, pbshawaii.org. Now, in the process, students acquire the life skills needed to succeed in college and in their career. And you can catch this segment on Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. And then they have an encore on Saturdays at noon and Sundays at 3 p.m. This is a wonderful program where we have some amazing students who put together some videos and submitted it to our event planning committee, who tirelessly went through many submissions and chose to select these following videos and students for the Student Voice Awards. Now, originally, we were going to have a fellow student, Charla Tevez, on here to introduce the awardees. But unfortunately, Charla is not feeling well. She just had her second COVID shot yesterday and could not make it in here because she's having a recovery day. But just know, Charla, if you're watching us, we are sending you all of our love and our positive healing energy. And in fact, those of you who are watching, maybe if you can send her some emoji donuts. Charla, this is for you. Enjoy these emoji donuts from all of our attendees here. There you go. Hopefully that makes you feel a little better, Charla. But Charla was kind enough to send to me what she was going to share about these awardees. So I'll be reading her script or what her words were for this portion, and I'll be taking her place. So while I may not be as able to fill her shoes, her large shoes, I'll do my best here. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and move on to introducing our awardees. And I'm extremely proud of these students who shared their stories on how they've been doing with their mental health amid this pandemic. So I'd like to introduce our first video, which is by Kai Tsugawa. He's a fifth grader from Waiakea Elementary School. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Kai.
I'm Kai Tsugawa, a fifth grader at Waiakea Elementary School on the island of Hawaii. I'm recording this at my home on October 7, 2020. Due to COVID-19, there have been many changes. Our kupuna are affected because they need someone to take care of them. As my grandparents get older, they have a harder time taking care of themselves, especially when you toss in a COVID-19 pandemic. This change affects many of our kupuna. Is it a good change or a bad change? The hardest part of my life is to not know if my grandparents are doing okay. How can I take care of all my grandparents if I have a hard time seeing them or visiting them? It makes me worry not to know if my grandparents are doing okay. It's hard to take care of someone when you can't really see them, because that's not taking care of them at all. I don't want my grandparents to get infected, so we try to avoid going to the supermarket and going back to their house. One day, I hope I can visit them so that I know that they are safe. I hope in the future a vaccine comes so this pandemic could end and I don't have to worry about my grandparents being in danger.
Okay, bye.
Wow, that was absolutely moving. Thank you so much, Kai, for that. And I'm glad that we do have this vaccine out now. And hopefully, Kai and many others can now see their loved ones if not soon. And our love and our hearts go to you and your family and to your grandparents, Kai. And I know that they would be so proud of you, of that amazing video that you put together. Thank you for sharing that with us. Next, I'd like to introduce Navy Domingo. Navy is a Farrington High School senior. And here is Navy Domingo.
This is Navy Domingo, a senior at Wallace Ryder Franklin High School on Oahu. I'm recording this at my home on November 10, 2020. My mental health has been declining during this pandemic. I really miss being able to physically hang out with my friends and family. I feel unmotivated and uninspired to do what I used to be so passionate about. Actually, my friends and I were going to film a music video for a song she wrote. We planned to film outside and on the beach surrounded by people. But when COVID hit and we couldn't leave our homes, those plans went out the window. We can't film virtually because the song is all about relationships and finding yourself. So for now, our plans are on hold. I see creativity as a form of happiness. But even filming this right now, it's been a struggle to find the right words and visuals that usually comes naturally to me. Right now, I'm just hanging on as best as I can until I can finally reunite with my friends and family.
Wow, that was very raw and authentic. So thank you so much, Navy, for sharing that story. I also appreciate her ending her video on resources for people struggling with their mental health. Thank you so much, Navy. A really great inspiration to us all. Next, I'd like to introduce Ethan Morse, another Farrington High School senior. Here's Ethan.
Aloha, I'm Ethan Morse, a senior at Farrington High School, and I recorded the following reflection on November 1st, 2020. My name is Ethan, and I'm a senior in high school. And honestly, at first it didn't seem too bad. But eventually, quarantine got to me. I soon started to experience emotional turmoil between spiked depression, anxiety, and lack of inspiration. I started to lose motivation for work, whether if it was for like personal stuff or for school. Due to quarantine, I lost the ability to make wonderful memories with my friends and make the most out of my senior year. I just really miss being in their presence. They pushed me to become a better person and strive to reach my goals. They're one of my biggest motivators. But COVID has brought unexpected feelings of isolation. No one was prepared for it. No one thought it would last that long or that we would start missing seeing our friends and actually hanging out with them. Before this pandemic, we would always hang out and goof around, talk about our future plans, and just give each other moral support when we needed it. I wish I had the chance to experience my senior year with those who not only were my friends, but in time became family. Those who were with me from the start and made my life bright. Honestly, I never truly realized the importance of those little moments of joy I had until it was gone.
Thank you so much, Ethan. You know, that was a great reminder to recognize and appreciate those little moments of joy that have such a big impact on our mental health. You know, next I'd like to introduce Lelehua High School junior Chloe Pacheco.
Hi, this is Chloe Pacheco, a junior at Lelehua High School on the island of Oahu. I'm recording this at my home on January 28, 2021. At first, I was super excited to have fun with my friends when spring break was extended, like a lot of students. But COVID happened, and it affected my life and my family's too. My 102-year-old grandfather wasn't directly affected, but because his immune system isn't that strong, he doesn't go out as much as he used to. My sister is a medical assistant, and she puts herself at risk every single day to help the doctor treat patients. But really, it was my mother who was really affected the most. She's a single parent and was temporarily laid off for 9 whole months due to the closure of hotels. Seeing all the struggles that my family was going through made me realize that maybe I should try to relieve their stress and worries. So lately, I've been sanitizing high-touch surfaces. I helped my mom learn the basics of using a computer to help apply for unemployment insurance. And I even helped connect to her Zoom meetings. Helping my own family has encouraged me to want to help other people too. So I've been trying to give back to my community by volunteering at food banks at my church. I really enjoy it because people are just so grateful and humble even after they've been waiting in long lines stuck in their car. This pandemic has really opened my eyes, and it gave me a sense of duty. I know it's been hard on a lot of families, but helping us come together as a community brings us hope that life will go back to normal.
That was such an inspirational video, and I applaud all of the work Chloe has done for her family and her community. She took this negative pandemic and made something positive out of it. And, you know, as we continue to just see all of these amazing videos, it just is so inspiring to know that, you know, what the youth have been going through and yet have been able to do this and to inspire others and to have this kind of outlook. Just absolutely inspiring to me, and I speak for all of us. I believe that the future of our world is in great hands, knowing that we have students like this in the what is that for baseball? They're in the batter's box. They're ready to take over for us. So I'm very excited about what's to come. Last but not least, I'd like to introduce Casey Amaral, an 8th grader at Maui Waena Intermediate School. Here's Casey.
Hi, this is Casey Amaral, and I'm an 8th grader at Maui Waena Intermediate School on the island of Maui. I'm filming this from my home in Kahului on February 2nd, 2021. At the beginning of the school year, my parents decided that it would be best for me to do online schooling. But what I didn't know was that I was also going to become a teacher, a security guard, a principal, and a cafeteria worker overnight. Here's what I mean. I have an 11-year-old brother in the 5th grade, Lance, and a 9-year-old sister in the 4th grade, Kira, which means if I'm doing all online school, so are they. The 3 of us are crammed in a 15-foot room all day for the entire school year. I'm not sure what goes on in their heads, but I swear they never stop making noise. Ever. And my sister, she has some kind of problem with my bun because for some reason, she likes to try to whack it off my head. Seriously! Another thing they do, they are always fighting. All I have to do is walk out of the room for 10 seconds and then they fight over pencils, erasers, water bottles, everything. It's mine! It's mine! Something else I've been doing is making lunch. Every day I have to warm up their lunches and make sure they eat in time to get to their next meeting. Because believe it or not, getting them to eat while the TV's on isn't easy. Finally, I've been relearning 4th grade math. My sister doesn't like math as much as my brother and I do, so sometimes I have to help her with her homework. This would be fine if they didn't keep changing math. Every time I try to help her, it's always the same.
But that's not how we do it in class.
So I have to go through the workbook that they used to learn the lesson, figure out how they did it, and then reteach it to her. It's a process, but it works. Despite these challenges, there have also been some upsides. For example, I think my mom skills are kicking in. It's also been teaching me patience. I swear, the amount of times they push me to my limit is absolutely nuts. But even though they drive me insane, life would be boring and lonely without these little monkeys. So I guess I have to say I still love them, right?
Hey!
Oh my gosh, Casey. I one, feel your pain, but two, I am so entertained and inspired by it as well. Casey, if you ever start up a YouTube channel with just featuring you and your siblings, I would totally subscribe 1,000 times. That was so great. And congratulations to each and every one of our students who received an award here. Totally deserving. I am just blown away by the amazing work that you all did, and the not only the quality of your videos, but the stories that you're willing to share, and just opening up your hearts to us all. Thank you so much. Congratulations. And I think I speak for everyone here as we say that what you've done today for us all is going to make a big impact for the rest of the community. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce the CEO of PBS Hawaii, who is putting on the Hikino program. And he's not alone. He's joined by some very near and dear friends to him. Some of you may know them, Cookie Monster, Big Bird, Arthur, and of course, Elmo. Here is the CEO of PBS Hawaii, Mr. Ron Mizutani.
Thank you very much, Nolan, and thank you, Mental Health America of Hawaii, for having us and partnering with us. We are so grateful, and we're so very proud of our Hikino students. And this kind of organically came together when we asked our students and our teachers of Hikino to share their reflections. And one by one, things started to unfold, and it became very clear that this was becoming a vehicle for and a platform for them to share their inner being, their struggles, their concerns, their fears. And it takes a tremendous amount of courage to do that. And we're so very proud of what they accomplished. And for them to be honored today, very deserving. This is not about just honoring them, though. This is about applauding them and their courage for sharing their stories. Their stories will help people heal. Their stories will make other students understand they're not alone. And that's something that, again, we never thought would come about from Hikino and sharing reflections. All of a sudden, this became life-changing and in many ways healing for our students. I want to say mahalo nui to Kai out there in Waiakea Elementary School. Thank you very much. I understand where you're coming from when it comes to taking care of our kupuna. And to his teacher, Kathy Sawake, thank you. You are all heroes. To Navy Domingo, that was as raw as they come. And we're very grateful that you opened your heart. And to Farrington High School and the teacher that looked over Navy and Ethan, to Charlene Ego, thank you for shepherding them and holding their hand, but also maintaining them to continue to be inspired. To Ethan, thank you as well. You and your Farrington High School students reminded us a lot about friendship and about sharing, but also how important keeping that open channel of communication is in this process of healing. To Chloe out in Leilehua High School, gosh, I felt you and almost moved me to tears. And I felt that way about so many of our reflections through the year as we watched the teachers and the students work together. To her teacher, Dina Cabralda, thank you for your good work and your most excellent work. And finally, to Casey, thank you for making us laugh, because laughter is food for our soul. And out there in Maui in elementary school, to your teacher, Jennifer Suzuki, who I know is on the call this morning and on today's forum, thank you for your good work. To all of our teachers of Hikino and to every person that was involved in this process, especially our team here at PBS Hawaii. When Mental Health America of Hawaii gave us a call and said, hey, how can we partner? We knew that it was our responsibility and our role in the community to be that vehicle, to be that link to our community on this very important issue that is very close to my heart. and I'll share my testimony with all of you as well. And I've shared with our staff. I too battle with mental illness. I have dealt with anxiety and panic attacks and disorders all my career, impacting my time at KHON and everything that I've done professionally. Currently writing a book about it that I can't wait to share. But I understand about mental illness and the struggles that go with that. I also, like a lot of the students in our Hikino students, dealt with depression through this COVID experience and our health crisis. So I understand what it's like to hold it and feel that suppression of emotions. So these programs like today and all the good work that's being shared in our community, we need to be a light for this issue. And this kind of stories, this kind of forums, this kind of student reflections will shed light on this issue and also remind those who are suffering quietly to raise your hand and not be afraid, because you're not alone. So again, on behalf of Hikino and on behalf of PBS Hawaii, behalf of all of us here at our station and the legacy that Leslie built with Hikino 10 years ago, to Robert Pennybacker, Brent, the whole gang, Grisel, everybody, and Lori, thank you for your good work with Hikino and shepherding our students. And finally, to our teachers, not just the 5 that were awarded today, there are heroes all across this state, holding, keeping, pushing forward, but also encouraging. And I want to thank them for making a difference in our community. Again, we are humbled to be a part of this program today. And I just want to send my deepest and sincere mahalo nui to all of you, to Brian, to Nolan, for including PBS Hawaii today. Have a great weekend. Stay safe, stay healthy, and hug your loved ones. Aloha.
Wow, thank you so much, Ron Mizutani. A heartfelt appreciation for not only what you and PBS Hawaii are doing for our community and our students, but for opening up your heart and sharing your very personal story, Ron. I know that you've inspired a lot here today. A lot of us, we all realize that we're all in this together, and we may not even realize just how connected we really are. So to know that you are willing to share your story and open your heart to us, Ron, cannot thank you enough. Really appreciate it. Congratulations again to the students of Hikino and to all of the teachers. Thank you for all of your work in our community. And once again, PBS Hawaii, thank you for supporting today. I want to go on now to our Health Committee Chairs Chat. This is going to be a segment where we're going to be talking to some of Hawaii's leaders, and we have a House and Senate Committee Chair, and we wanted to get their thoughts and ideas around mental health for our community. So we're really grateful and appreciative to have our Senator and Representative here to have a chat with us here. So please help me welcome Senator Keohokalole and Representative Yamane. Gentlemen, welcome.
Hello.
Okay, so I know that you guys are really busy, but we've been having some really great conversations here today, and the community is really inspired to continue to battle, the challenges that we face with mental health. So I'm curious to see what you're most concerned about, or maybe what you feel is most priority when it comes to our community and mental health. Senator, since you're on the top, I'll start with you. Or maybe, Senator, you have to turn on your microphone. We can't hear you right here. Maybe he might have done that on purpose, because I think he wanted me to have Representative Yamane go first. So now he's pretending his mic doesn't work. But maybe Representative, we'll go to you, and then Senator, maybe if you could log off and log back on, maybe that'll reset your audio. But first we'll go to Representative Yamane. Again, I'll throw the question to you. What are your thoughts as to what might be the priority or the highest concern when it comes to community and mental health?
Okay. Well, one of the things that the senator and I focused on was to ensure that we protected our safety net throughout our community. And the safety net, a huge part of that is the mental health component. So we were very proud to work together this year to ensure that we it protected and funded programs that were vital, not only for issues of mental health, but also to deal with the homeless as well as those dealing with chronic substance abuse. So, especially during COVID, mental health has been not only impacting our first responders, but everybody. By dealing with our children, being our educator, providing for them 24/7, really takes a toll on everybody. And so we wanted to make sure that these programs that are in the community, like Hawaii Cares programs, were funded and expanded to make sure that we address the needs of the people.
Awesome. Thank you. And I think we got Senator back on. So, Senator, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, there, we got you. So your plan worked. We knew all along this was your whole plan, was to make Representative Yamane go first, but we're glad to have you here. Any thoughts that either you want to jump on to what Representative Yamane said, or maybe some other things that you feel are really important that we should be focusing on when it comes to community and mental health?
So this year, we really tried to address some of the gaps in the mental health care framework, especially for the neediest folks in our community, the folks that have been struggling with homelessness, that you see on the streets, and that we've really struggled to get them the right kinds of support right when they need it and when they're most willing to receive it, when they have engagements with our healthcare system in the emergency rooms, or when they have interactions with the police. So we really tried to provide more bed space for those folks to get better coordination between service providers and the state and the police, so that anytime they interact with the system, healthcare, criminal justice, social service, that we can get them connected to the right help at the right time. Because just like everyone else in the community who are struggling with mental health, the folks that are really suffering on the streets need to have the right type of care, and we need to really change the system so that it helps them most effectively. So that was a big part of our focus, Representative and I, this year.
You're talking about changing the system. Just curious what your thoughts are, is what you think the role of the government should be in mental health, and is there something that we should be doing that we're not currently either working on or planning to work on that you think would be really important and necessary?
Oh, definitely. Two things we did this year I think will make a big difference, and they're just fixing or changing the system so that it works for the time and the place that we're in and the types of folks who really need the help. So one is in Honolulu, the city and county will now take over the ambulance service. And so they can really tailor the way they respond to 911 calls as a result of the legislative action that we took this year. It's actually Representative Yamane's bill, and it allows the city and county in the long term to not to tailor the system. So they can do paramedicine. They can do bike paramedics now. They don't have to take every 911 call to the hospital. If those folks don't need the help, they can potentially refer them off of a 911 call straight to the shelters. The little systemic things that are very complicated to fix, but that really can work more efficiently and effectively. The other one is Leahi and Maluhia Hospital on Oahu. We will now convert to take some of the long-term chronic homeless and get them off the street for a little bit longer and allow them to, have some respite, give us a little bit better timeline in order to get them referred into places like shelters. And these are simple things, but they just have not been aligned correctly in the past. And so as a result, folks cycle in and out of the ERs or out of jail, and they don't really get the help they need. So I'm encouraged. I think those two changes are going to be really significant for Oahu. And then we will move to the neighbor island systems as well as we go.
Representative Yamane, Senator had mentioned a bill that you'd put together. What was the inspiration behind that, and why is this so important to you to be advocating for this kind of work and change and improvement?
Well, for the EMS bill, Senator and I, we worked together to really enforce that the paramedics were first responders, and they should be on equal status as those of our firefighters as well as our police. And so the appropriate entity to monitor that and work in coordination would be to move it out of Department of Health as a state entity to the counties. And so we started with the Honolulu County. And, we feel that the EMS is a vital acute situation response that will, not only respond to health crisis like heart attacks or strokes, but also when they get called out can determine if somebody, is having anxiety, panic issues. They may not necessarily need to go to the hospital emergency room, but might be better focused to be triaged to, another facility that would be best appropriate for their care. And so that was the nexus behind us moving the bill, was to increase efficiency and then support the persons on the front line.
Thank you so much for all your work and efforts in putting into bills like that. All the work that you both are doing together and with the government, I'm curious, what can the general public do and advocates do to help? Anything that you could think that we could be doing to help you guys with the work you're doing?
I would encourage those that are interested in issues to really research the bills and the ideas and see how they work, both as very specific but also at a macro community level. The senator and I, we spent a lot of time going and looking at every program, every budget area, and trying to eliminate waste, because we at the time of session started, we were facing a $1.4 billion shortfall. And so, we were very concerned about the impacts on our safety net and mental health services to the community. So we spent a lot of hours going through each one, looking at ways to maximizing how we can use our taxpayers' dollars and ensuring that our community was getting the services. So, what I would recommend the community is to become involved. There's a lot of volunteer organizations out there that need support, not only fiscally, but also by volunteer hours. And then, be part of the solution. It's always easier to criticize, but it's really hard to come up with viable solutions that others can get on board with. Yeah.
These are all really great ideas and a great starting point for us all. And I see that a lot of what you're suggesting, it requires a lot of working together and community coming together. And that's what you two have been having to do, and is work together. Senator, do you have anything that you could point to that that you would feel is vitally important to successfully working together, that maybe us out here can take on it and apply for ourselves when we're trying to do work together within our communities?
Well, I think, like the representative said, if you folks can help us with feedback on how the system can work more effectively, part of the services that we provide in the community maybe should be consolidated so that there are resources to fill some of these other gaps that have become clear over time. We have a lot of working groups and task forces associated with mental health at different levels of care that we really could use community feedback on. And we could always use testimony and support for these efforts when they go through the legislative process. So if you'd like to get involved, please reach out to either of us, and we'd be happy to have it. The community does need to work together, and the more dialogue and feedback we can have to make the system work better, that's the approach we're trying to take. And it does make a difference.
I love that. That's awesome. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedules. And thank you for all the work that you're doing for our community and supporting mental health here. I think we're all encouraged knowing that we have individuals like yourselves working so hard to support our communities and coming up with solutions and being so willing to be open to listening and encouraging the public to reach out and be a part of the solution. This has been wonderful. Senator Kehokalole, Representative Yamane, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
All right. Again, thank you to the senator and the representative for joining us. I hope you were, like me, inspired by knowing what, maybe where the inspiration and the heart behind these things that they're trying to do and help build and heal our communities. That was a really meaningful talk. So again, thank you so much to them for taking the time to be with us here today. I mentioned that we have some awardees that we'll be honoring throughout the day, and it's now time to honor some more awardees who are very deserving of recognition. And the first award that I'll be announcing is the Outstanding Community Mental Health Leader Award. And that award goes to none other than Dr. Chad Koyanagi. Now, Dr. Chad is a community psychiatrist whose professional mission is to improve the care for under and poorly served populations like the chronically homeless. He's been a psychiatric hospitalist at Adventist Health Castle Medical Center since 2013 and the medical director of behavioral health since this year. He works half-time as a psychiatrist for the Department of Human Services MedQuest Division, and he also works for the Institute of Human Services as a provider and street medicine psychiatrist. Obviously, he's got a lot of time on his hands. I'm just kidding. He's doing so much for our community. And he was nominated by Monte Elias and Robin Coffey for his compassionate and tireless work in the community with those experiencing homelessness and pervasive mental illness in the community. Our Outstanding Community Mental Health Leader Award goes to Dr. Chad Koyanagi.
Hi, everyone. So wonderful to be here. Overwhelmed with positive feelings of how amazing this recognition is. So I remember back like 8 or 10 years ago when Mario Grams, the amazing Mario Grams, recruited me to be part of the MHA board, and I spent a number of years on the board, and I know the amazing things they do, advocacy, they create new programs, they sustain programs, they helpline to the community for resources. And so just to have been a part of the board and to know what they do, to get recognition from this amazing organization is overwhelming to me. So I'm a community psychiatrist. So I take pride in knowing the whole system of care in Hawaii, being a part of this community, understanding the strengths and the weaknesses of this mental health system. There are many, many, many amazing agencies and people who are part of this community trying to make the mental health of this community so much better. I met people all over the state, all over the island, and just to be recognized amongst people like Eddie Mercero and Kumi McDonald, of course, who Kumi's with NAMI, another fantastic organization, just amazing. I just wanted to kind of highlight some of the people that have been important to me. Of course, my family, I owe a lot to. Of the places that I work at, I just wanted to throw a shout out to them as they are part of the reason why I am successful in what I do, because wherever I work and whatever I do, even just to help one person, I see myself as part of a team. And so for my Castle team, which is amazing, also the IHS team, which is some of the important work that I do in the community with the homeless folks. My partner, Justin. Of course, my number one idol is Connie Mitchell, who does amazing things every day. I don't know when she sleeps, but she does so much for the community. I think she's probably the most important person in the entire state for our mental health system. I also work for DHS and work with amazing people like Curtis Toma and Judy Peterson. Amazing work they do. So all of the different jobs that I have kind of connect to one another. And so I'm able to use those connections to improve the lives of some of my patients. So anyway, that's about it. I just wanted to, again, thank you for recognition. I just want to say that compared to something like this, the only thing that comes close as far as how cool it is to experience is when I'm doing street outreach with my homeless outreach team at IHS. Probably the greatest feeling that I have is when a chronically homeless person who I used to be their psychiatrist maybe 20, 15 years ago comes up to me and says, "Hey, Dr. Chet, how are you?" And it's the most gratifying thing ever. Having these disenfranchised folks who don't even know where their next meal is coming from, and they remember how I may have helped them 10, 15 years ago. And that's like the most amazing feeling. And last shout out is to all the families of patients and the families are trying to get them help, and the some of the weaknesses of our system. There's some gaps in care. These families try to fight through it and advocate for their family members, and these folks teach me the true meaning of undying love, and I have so much respect for these families. Anyway, thanks again for coming and joining us on this amazing event, and thanks again for the award from MHA. Amazing. Thank you so much.
Congratulations again to Dr. Koyanagi, and thank you so much for all the work that you do for our community. By the looks of all of the emojis that you got during your speech, you are very loved and appreciated. So I hope you're able to see that. Our next award goes to the Outstanding Government Mental Health Leader, and that award goes to Eddie Mercero. Eddie was appointed as Deputy Director for the Behavioral Health Administration at the State of Hawaii Department of Health by Governor David Ige in December 2018. He previously served as Chief of the Alcohol and Drug Abuse Division from 2015 to 2019 and was the Executive Director and owner of Action with Aloha LLC from 2007 to 2015. Eddie is a licensed clinical social worker and Hawaii State Certified Substance Abuse Counselor with more than 25 years of experience in counseling and clinical social work practice. Eddie was nominated by Dr. Anthony Guerrero for his work as a connector who seeks partnerships to make visions become reality. Our Outstanding Government Mental Health Leader Award goes to Eddie Mercero.
Aloha, everyone. I'm Eddie Mercero, Deputy Director, Behavioral Health Administration, Department of Health. I really want to thank Mental Health America of Hawaii and everyone else involved in bestowing this truly great honor and awarding me the Outstanding Government Leader Award. I really believe that the folks who are more deserving of this award are all of you who are out there on a day-to-day basis, suiting up and showing up to help folks who are struggling with mental illness and related issues. And I think that my job as a government leader, so to speak, or as Deputy Director, is to do everything that I can to support your work through implementing good policy and good programming and being as responsive as I can and making sure that our programs in our government sector is as responsive as it can be to your needs and supporting you. I don't think that there could be any good government leaders if there weren't really great people in the community to work with. And so it's for all of you and in honor of all of you that I humbly and gratefully accept this award. Aloha.
Congratulations again to Mr. Eddie Mercero. And next, our award for Outstanding Youth Mental Health Advocate. This award goes to Tavia Raposo. Tavia Raposo is a senior at Kauai High School, and she recently won the Youth of the Year competition for Kauai from the Boys and Girls Club, where she interviewed the mayor of Kauai for advice about advocacy. Tavia is planning a mental health awareness and prevention event focused on starting a conversation between adults and youth on solving the present and future problems of mental health. Tavia was nominated for this award by Asuka Herman, Clubhouse Director at the Lihue Clubhouse. Asuka observed Tavia's growth at the Boys and Girls Club and said that she is one of the most driven members ever to walk through their doors. Ladies and gentlemen, our outstanding youth mental health advocate, Ms. Tavia Raposo.
I am very honored and pleased to be accepting the Outstanding Youth Advocate Award from Mental Health America of Hawaii. There are so many things that I would like to say. But first, I would like to note the struggle that all of us have been facing. The pandemic has definitely proven to be one of the most difficult and trying chapters in our lives. Moments of uncertainty and feelings of anxiousness have been something that we've all been experiencing, along with struggles, whether it may be financially or mentally. All of us have been challenged with obstacles in this time, and I could not be more proud of each and every single one of you for getting through these struggles and being here today. That is an accomplishment, and I am extremely grateful and proud. Next, there are many people that I would love to say thank you to, starting with my family, my parents and my little brother, my friends, who have been there for me from the start. I could not be more grateful for each and every single one of you for acting as a strong part of my support system. You are one of the main reasons that I am here today, and for that, I am extremely and eternally grateful. Also, I would love to thank the Boys and Girls Club. They have given me a platform that I am beyond grateful for. Being able to advocate for mental health for youth is something that means more to me than I can explain. Furthermore, being able to work with youth one-on-one and be able to understand their struggles and help them through it in any way that I can is something that means more to me than I could ever put into words. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank you for being there for me. Also, I would love to thank Mental Health America of Hawaii for giving me this gracious award. I could not put into words how excited and thankful I have been since receiving this. It reminded me of why mental health is so important to me and why I need to continue to keep pushing for the advocacy of mental health. From youth, whether it may be young kids, toddlers, or teenagers even, the development of their mental health from this part of their life is crucial. And knowing that I am a part of helping them see the light in everything is something that I could never describe. It brings me a sense of warmth and happiness that continues to push me to do it every single day. And for that, and for everything, as I have already said multiple times, could not be more grateful for. Everything that I have been given so far and the platform that I am continuing to use is what means more to me. Thank you.
Congratulations, Tavia. And, we've heard from so many amazing people throughout today. And it's just so inspiring and so encouraging to know that so many of our youth were able to not only share their stories, but also just give us a peek into what their inspirations are, what their experiences are, and what their hopes and visions for the future is. And knowing that our fate is in their hands, in the hands of these extremely talented and loving and capable individuals is just really, it fills my heart and soul. And so congratulations, Tavia, and congratulations to all of our award winners. Really, we're just so grateful that we have individuals like yourselves in our community who are championing for the mental health community and trying to make the world a better place. And so all these awards, greatly well-deserved, and congratulations to each and every one of you. At this time now, I'd like to go ahead and move into our final keynote presentation of the day. And this will also include a Q&A portion at the end of their presentation. So again, throughout their presentation, if you have any questions that you would like to ask, throw them in the comment section in the Zoom chat, and I'll go ahead and present them to our presenters. First of all, these two are good friends already, and I got a chance to talk with them earlier, and I'm very excited to have them on here. We're going to have Keola Chan and Melina Kaulu Kukui. Now, Melina Kaulu Kukui is MSW, is retired from the Myron B. Thompson School of Social Work, University of Hawaii, in 2015, where she focused on behavioral health and cultural programming for MSW students. She currently assists the University of Hawaii's John A. Burns School of Medicine's Native Hawaiian Center of Excellence in helping them develop and implement cultural immersion programs for medical students and residents. She also teaches traditional family-based cultural practices of Ho'oponopono in methodology of Mary Kavena Pukui, who mentored Richard and Lynette Paglinawan, who is in turn graduated Kumu Malina after several years of training. Now, Kumu Malina has been dancing hula all of her life, adult life, and is a respected Kumu hula, a hula teacher. And since her retirement, she has been teaching hula at the women's jail using her professional background in substance abuse treatment and trauma-informed care to help inmates embrace hula as a cultural tool to effect healing. Our second presenter is Keola Kawai'ula Iliahi Chan, and he is the executive director of Aha Kane Foundation for the Advancement of Native Hawaiian Males. After his professional career in music, Keola found a new source of inspiration and strength from the medical healing arts of traditional Hawaii. As Keola became recognized within the community as a master Kanaka Lomi Lomi and skilled teacher, he envisioned and founded Hui Mauli Ola in 2002 as an avenue to address the health and wellness of the native Hawaiian people. His approach was unique and unforeseen and truly groundbreaking in addressing the self-determination of marginalized people through traditional healing. His organization has grown in every aspect and is regarded as a premier multidisciplinary healing association in Hawaii. His accomplishments made him a great candidate to help build the research division of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs in 2009, where he was recruited to promote Indigenous progress through the lens of the past. His innovative and progressive research in the fields of health and education become an asset to the Native Hawaiian community and other Indigenous communities. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Keola Chan and Ms. Malina Ka'ulu Kukui.
Aloha, thank you. Aloha keola peheoi. Okay, so I'm gonna start first, and I want to first congratulate all of the awardees. They're so well deserved, and I was just touched by listening to the next generation of storytellers, because you know in our culture, mo'olelo, storytelling is so important. And I also know the achievements of Eddie Mercer and Dr. Koyanagi, and I want to extend a special congratulations to them. So I'm going to start for a few minutes, and I'm going to tell you a mo'olelo. And I'm going to tell you a mo'olelo, or a story, about a person who has been in our culture club for many years. And I'm going to call him Baba. That's not his real name, but his whole community on the west side of Oahu knew him as Baba. Nobody knew his first real Christian name. And Baba refused to go by his Hawaiian name. And this is his story. He told this story about a year after joining our cultural organization, our culture group. And he started off his story by saying, you know, I grew up on the west side of Oahu. I was scared all the time. I was scared all the time because my family used drugs. And when they were high, my father beat up on my mother. Sometimes my mother beat up on my father, and when she did, she really got it. I was scared because our family engaged in illegal activities. And you know, everybody in the town knew that. I was scared because at some point, my dad started beating up on my kid brother and me, especially when he came home drunk. he would come looking for us. Now, my grandma lived with us. The only person that my dad would not beat up on was my grandma. So my kid brother and I would run to my grandma's room when we heard our dad come home drunk. And we would climb in her bed and she would protect us. You know, kind of shame, huh? Running to your grandma's bed and jumping in her bed to protect yourself from your dad. And when I was about 13 and still running to grandma's bed, I was so ashamed. I was so ashamed because I was a big kid and I was still running to grandma's bed. I was so ashamed because my family was still beating up on each other. I was so ashamed because they were doing things illegal and forcing us kids to get involved in that activity. So naturally, as a teenager, I turned to drugs and alcohol. I used drugs and alcohol for maybe about 10 years. And I realized at some point that if I didn't stop, I was going to die. So I tried. I got clean and sober, and then I didn't. And then I got clean and sober, and then I didn't. And finally, to make a long story short, I got clean and sober. I was grateful for my sobriety. I still attended AA meetings. And of course, what does a addict who's clean and sober do in his community? I started working in a substance abuse facility and an organization. And the whole community knew me as someone who would come to their rescue at 2 o'clock in the morning. Several times at 2 o'clock in the morning, I would go and pick up someone in my community and drive them into town from the west side of Oahu to Queens Medical Center or some hospital that I thought maybe could help them. One day, while driving from my side of the island to Honolulu, you know, there's this big wide turn. You got to turn left. And it's hugging the coastline. And there are all of these rocks off the little cliff on the other side. And I realized that I asked myself, what would I do if I just drove straight? What would I do if I just didn't make that turn to the left? And I realized that something was wrong. I realized that what I was saying to myself was, if this is as good as it gets sober, it's not enough. If this is as good as it gets, I need more. And so every time I made that trip into Honolulu, I had to force myself to turn my wheel to the left so I wouldn't drive straight into the rocks below. Fortunately, about that time, when I was struggling with suicidality, I heard about this culture group coming to my side of the island to teach about cultural practices and traditional protocols. So I went. I met Hawaiians who were proud of who they were, not like me. I learned some traditional practices. I learned some protocols. They made me name them in Hawaiian. Wow. Over the next few weeks, Bubba said, something stirred in my na'au. Something came alive. I didn't even know that my na'au was dark until some fire got ignited. And I wanted more. I was hungry for more. One weekend, this group was doing a fundraiser, and we were going to make kalua pig in the imu. And you know what? This group was so impressed at how I could dig an imu and how I could make kalua pig. I was really good at it because my dad taught us how to imu a pig. My dad taught us to make traditional laulau, and I could make really ono laulau. But you know what? Because these were Hawaiian activities, I thought, it doesn't matter. You know, it doesn't matter. It's just what my father did. But I was downplaying being Hawaiian. But here was a group that was telling me that I had some skills and I was hungry to learn. And when I started doing things, they said, hey, you're really good at this. You're really good at this. And then while he was saying this, he turned to me and he said, and you, Melina, you know, you speak really good English and you work at the university and you invited me to come and talk to your class. And it was about something called cultural historical trauma, and I never even heard of the term, and you invited me to the class to talk about that. And then not only did you invite me to the class, but you invited me again. So Bubba, who by now has embraced his Hawaiian name, is telling us all that he finally found that he had value. That people he respected could say, I see you. I see you as a Hawaiian. I see you as a native Hawaiian man. And Bubba, now we're calling him Maka, talked about how healing was not just going to AA meetings. It was not, although it was important, it was not just learning the tenets of AA and giving back to his community, but something deep within the self needed to come out, needed to be lit. That something spiritual deep within was important to his healing. He went on to become one of the leaders of our group. He started to teach. He started to learn the skills that we were teaching so well that eventually he started learning those skills. He started teaching about making namea kaua, things that you use, that traditional warriors used in wartime. And he would make beautiful artifacts, beautiful weapons. He went on to lead all of our fundraising with respect to Kalua Pig, making traditional laulau. He used to laugh at the Honolulu group members who made laulau in tinfoil. And he said, OMG, that's not the way you make laulau. Let me show you how. And he became a leader in our group. And to think that perhaps we almost lost him, and that he chose to come forward despite his shame, despite feeling like he had no value, that he came forward and he said, I want to be a healthy Hawaiian man. So I'm going to end there, and I'm going to turn it over to Keola, because one of the things we know and one of the things we talk about is to pay attention to the wisdom of our ancestors, right? Who instruct us to nana ike kumu, to return to the source. And what does that mean? And I know that Keola will answer that question. So Keola?
Velina mai kako, mahalo first of all to the Mental Health America of Hawaii for hosting this. Congratulations to all the awardees and honorees this year, and to each of you that continue to do great work for our community. I was asked, along with Melina, to come in and kind of share from a cultural perspective, and I wanted to share two mo'olelo as well. Hopefully we'll get to two. And as the executive director of Ahakani, we focus on Native Hawaiian males, and we had partnered with one of our partners was a Salvation Army, and we had about 30 men come over a series of several weeks to participate with us in some of the cultural programs that we had provided for them. Many of these men, we later found out through conversation, all of them had some form of substance abuse, of course, and many of them had shared many thoughts throughout their lives of suicide. And so it was a nice place for us to bring them to a very cultural space at in Kaneohe called Papahana Kua'ola, where we had and held our activities. One of the activities that I thought I wanted to share with you folks was this idea that the role that Aina plays for us as Native Hawaiians. It is not just land; it literally means that which feeds. But we have a greater relationship with our Aina than just the very thing that feeds us. Is that we have a relationship to our Aina. Genealogically, and so being that is how we view that as our Aina as land is our mother, and we have called Papa, and we have our Sky Father Wakia. And many of our kane, when we gathered with them, we were telling them, trying to educate them, kind of re-inspire them with their cultural identity, because we feel at Ahakane cultural identity and cultural practices is a resiliency factor that we must reinstill in our people due to the mo'ohihia or historical generational trauma that has happened over the years. And so through this kind of education, we felt like, okay, this is the type of program, kind of education that our kane need. What we later found out, and I share this as a learning experience for us at Ahakane to maybe help you folks understand or you folks implement the role that Aina plays, because we often think of treatment, of therapy, in a way it goes from A to B. I wanted to kind of talk about something that is not even part of A and B. It's kind of like C. And part of the day, what we had them do, besides the education and cultural interactions that we tried to expose them to, is we thought it would be really helpful for them because many of them had never had the experience of going into a lo'i. And so we took them down and got them into the lepo, into this lo'i, where at this particular site, the lo'is are very deep. And so it's not just at your knees. These guys ended up, the lo'i went all the way up to the chest when they went inside. And as you can guess, this was an all men's group. And so it was constant laughter, constant joking with each other, teasing, the typical kane thing. When you could tell as we got closer to the lo'i, they got more uncomfortable. They were joking more, teasing more, because many of them had never experienced a lo'i. They've seen one, but never gotten into one. And so when we got them in, it was really interesting for us because we noticed how quiet they got. Within a 10-minute span, they got really, really quiet, and they just did the work. They did the hana. After about an hour of that in the lepo, in the dirt, We brought them out, walked them up a few yards, and took them into a place called Ha'akolea, where it's kind of like a stream where we could jump in the water and clean ourselves. When we came back down from that experience, we saw them starting to gather amongst themselves and having conversations. Some were obviously from afar. We noticed they were kind of distraught, kind of crying, but getting support and counsel from each other. So when we kind of regrouped and had conversations with them, what came of that was that out of the entire day, many of them had shared that while the education and the workshops that we held was really good for them, the most impactful thing was this experience of going into the lepo, because it symbolized this idea of when they went into the mud and they got dirty, right? They had all this lepo on them. Many of them could connect to that idea of that is how they live their life. That is the struggle that they are in. That is how they felt about themselves. Yeah. And so going through the process of washing themselves, cleaning themselves, it was symbolic for them that um, it was a rebirth. Like they were being reborn from the land, that the land could wash away, could clean, could restore them. We had never planned that to be the case. It was just to expose them to lo'i and to doing the practice and to reintroduce them to their elder sibling haloa, not realizing this entire experience that had nothing to do with us, nothing to do with a therapist, nothing to do with Hawaiian healing practitioners. It was between the Kanaka and the Aina and their relationship and reconnection of that relationship that did the healing. And many of them walked away understanding the importance of not just what Aina is, but it's their responsibility to also give back. One of the other experiences that we had in these workshops with these men is that we wanted to teach them, because one of the things that many of them had shared they wanted to learn was upena poi poi, or to throw net. Many of them never learned how to throw net before. And so we brought in one of our kumu, Umikai, and we had shared with them, okay, before you guys learn how to throw net, you got to learn how to fix the net, because that's a guarantee. If you throw net, it's going to get caught on the rocks and break, and you're going to have to know how to fix it. So we're going to start with the fixing first. Now, we thought this was going to be a great opportunity to engage the men in learning the skill sets, reconnecting again with their cultural practices. What ended up happening, because those of you that know Umikai, he's a very patient, he's older, he's in his 70s. He's well respected in our community, but why we love him so much is he has a very calm, patient demeanor. And for many, when he was teaching the class, he was not just calm, but he has this very active, he would love to joke with the men throughout the process. And so what would happen is that when he was teaching the class, he made it a place that was really enjoyable for these participants. At the end of the day, when we talk story, when we would gather around the kanoa, around the ava bowl and have conversations, the men had shared, Kiola, what was the most important part wasn't the learning of how we fixed the net that made an imprint in many of us. What was really important was that we have all these classes, all of these experiences. We're being told how to behave. We are told the proper behaviors to have at home or to have at a workplace. The challenge is for us, many of us grew up not having a role model. So they're explaining how to be a better man, but not demonstrating what that looks like. And today we saw it. We saw what a patient father might look like. We saw how a father should possibly talk to someone like a child who doesn't know. the hard thing for us was we realized what all of these classes that we've been taking that we could not connect to, we finally had a model of what that is. And for many of us, we had a hard time conceptualizing that. And so having somebody demonstrate it really helped grasp and bite into this idea of what my role and responsibility is now. I'll give you one more, Mo'olelo, because this same group, we were always exposing them to these cultural ceremonies around the kano, around the ava bowl, and explaining to them the different layers of when we gather as Kanaka, and we have this sacred space where we can talk about special things. And many of them had never drank ava before, and so they learned how to make their own apu. It's like a coconut shell that we make into a cup so that they can drink ava. Well, we had a workshop with them to make that. One of the men, when he opened his coconut, it was rotten. I mean, it smelled bad. And as we were going through the workshop, they had to learn how to open a coconut, learn how to husk it, learn how to cut it, sand it, clean it, and carve it out from the inside. Well, this individual, throughout the entire day, his apu smelled up the whole tent. And all day, as you can imagine, the men were teasing him about his apu being rotten. What ended up happening, though, is out of all the apu that were made that day, he had the most beautiful apu at the end. And it was because the oil from the coconut had seeped into his cup. And it had this very dark, shiny look at the end after he sanded it. And when it came time to talk about the apu, each participant got up to kind of share. And this individual had probably the most profound thing to share about his apu. He said, you know what, I realized today that this apu was me. This was me. And I was rotten inside. My entire life, I was told I was rotten growing up. I behaved like I was rotten. And today I realized that the only person that could clean it out, that could turn it into what it is today, is me. Now that wasn't a workshop we talked about. It wasn't something we impressed upon them. This is what cultural experiences, hands-on at times, outside of the class, outside of a curriculum, outside of any kind of like testing to make sure that they got the measures that are met for this particular program. This was him. And he saw himself in this reflection of this apu as if it was him, that he needed to participate in the healing process, that it couldn't be somebody from the outside that cleaned it out, that it was him. He had to clean out that all that opala that was inside of there, all of that hauna, that smell, to be left with something sought after by the other men. Because they were all walking over after going, oh, bro, that's a nice apu you get, like trade, right? But he realized at that point that if he puts the work in, if he puts the effort in, that what you get put in is what you're going to get out. And so I share this with you because we often think of treatment and therapy, like I said, from A to B. This kind of from speaking from a cultural practitioner, we think of like we have to help them. It's really oftentimes it's a collaboration. If we look at it like that, is that one, that Aina plays a role in the healing process, but second, it's by doing hands-on stuff that we're not even really trying to teach them or educate them. It's just us exposing them to their identity, to their cultural practices. That is a healing mechanism that we must tap into to get across, because some of our clients will get it, some won't. And those that won't, the possibility of Aina and through cultural experiences is that aha moment, and that ignites that fire once again in their spirit to uplift them. Has nothing to do with us as Kanaka, as individuals that are trying to help them. It is a relationship on the spiritual level that begins the healing process. Mahalo for having me, and aloha.
Oh, thank you so much, Keola, and thank you so much, Melina. That was so good. These stories, we we would think, ending the day of sharing with so many different people's perspectives and experiences, to hear these stories, it just kind of fills the soul. And I was going to ask, with the works that you do, in what is it about storytelling, mo'olelo, that makes it such an effective tool in helping with the healing process and with dealing with mental health?
One of the things about healing is the ability to tell your story to people who listen with great aloha. So storytelling needs to be part of healing. And storytelling is heard from your na'au, from that visceral part of you. It's not just heard from the cognitive part. So the storytelling is told from your na'au, from that visceral part of you, and stories are heard from that visceral part. And then the support for the storytelling comes from someplace really authentic.
Keola, what about you? What has been your experience as far as how you've seen storytelling and how it can be effective in helping heal and helping deal with mental health issues?
I would say it is a critical piece in the healing process. As a cultural, outside of my work as an executive director at Ahakane, I'm a cultural practitioner for traditional healing. And mo'olelo is one of the main components. We use mo'olelo as well as olelo no eau. Olelo no eau are Hawaiian proverbs. Hawaiian proverbs are like short snippets of the larger mo'olelo. Now, both are used in our healing process in working with families and working with individuals, because it is an indirect approach to getting across what you are trying to convey to that particular individual or family, right? Oftentimes we want to tell them, you need to get off this, you need to stop doing this behavior is inappropriate. But when you tell a story, it allows, it empowers that person to interpret and to learn in a way that it is not being directed at me, right? They are able to sit with that story, they're able to connect to that story, and they are able to be inspired in a way that they have ownership of it. Like, I caught what you're trying to say, but through the message. Oftentimes when you're trying to send that message, it's too harsh, it's too direct, and because of that they put up their walls, right? And so sometimes you need to be direct, and that's clearly a method of healing as well. But sometimes, depending where they are on that continuum of healing, we have to recognize that we have these different tools and abilities and skills. And mo'olelo is one of those where you're talking about a character within that story that is them. And it is their job to interpret that story. And then when they come back again, you tell a different story with similar characteristics, right? And the more you kind of point those things out, you allow them their dignity, you allow them to preserve their mana, that sometimes the very little they have left, but you allow them to capture it back. And that's what mo'olelo and olelo no eau, these proverbs, how we use them in the healing process. It's not just stories. It's used as tools in how we get to that place of pono.
I love that.
Absolutely. We are a mo'olelo culture. Hula is all about mo'olelo. It's all about storytelling. So when I teach hula at the women's jail, I choose the hula very carefully. And I allow the women to talk about that secondary meaning of the hula and relate it to their own lives. And as Keola said, they're the ones who come up with what's relevant for them in that story. And sometimes when I'm watching the women dance, I can see by their face that they get it. Sometimes when we're dancing a song, for example, written by Queen Wokalani, I can see some of the women actually crying because they can relate and connect to their ali'i, to their chiefs. So we are a mo'olelo culture.
You know, in jumping off on that, we have a question that kind of relates to that. I mean, so much of your work is surrounded by the importance of culture. And this person asked, how can someone who is not a part of a culture, a particular culture, help to support or help in the healing process from a historical or cultural traumas without overstepping? Keola, you look like, Keola look like you ready to jump in on this one.
You know, I think we live in the current society that we live in. We have to recognize that the divisiveness around the society we currently reside in, it loves to separate. It loves to fragment our community. It loves to separate us. We must begin to learn about ourselves. And when I say ourselves, whatever culture, whatever ethnicity you connect to, learn that. Because what we will find is that we have more in common with each other than the very things that they try to use to separate us. So what Melina just shared, this idea of mo'olelo, we all come from cultures, ethnicities, places that are connected to land, right? That have stories. We all come from that. It doesn't matter if you're from Asia, from Europe, right? Every place has mo'olelo. Every place has experience with spirituality. Every place has this idea of relationships. The challenge for us is to connect to that. And by connecting to that, we have a strong sense of self and our identity and our connection to place, which then allows us, it heals us and allows us to interact with others besides color, besides culture. It's just aloha, out of pure love that we can interact then at that point. And not just love for each other, but love for fellow man, right? That we see beyond the formalities of things. And so what I would urge this individual to do is by learning about themselves, it allows us to open up, not close. By not knowing, that's fear. By not knowing, it's fear-based, and we end up closing because we don't know what's out there. When you know what you have such an abundance of mana, you're able to open up and share that with others because you're confident you know how to generate more, right? So it's not about Hawaiian, and I know Melina and I are speaking, the medium we're using is Hawaiian because that's what we're comfortable with. But I urge you that we all come from very similar thinking, slightly different, but again, it's not about the differences, it's what brings us together and as practitioners in the community and therapists in the community, it's not about us, it's about the clients and people we serve. So if we can work it out, in the structures, organizations, and then it really benefits the people that we are trying to help, right? So it's not about what is the differences. It's how do I connect to this, right? And you do. Your genealogy, who you are and where you come from, begins your story and your connection to the very things that we've talked about today. Land, right? Modeling, and the healing process. We all have that. I keep telling people, we never had at one point, no matter where you're from in the world, you never had a Queen's Hospital and a Long's Drugs to get your pharmacy. We had to know those things, right? We had it in our family. We had healers in our family. We are all healers today because we are just reflections of those of the past. And by knowing that past, it gives light to the future.
I love that. That's awesome. Thank you, Keola. Melina, do you have anything to add to that?
Oh, no. Thank you.
Oh, no. I love what you said there, Keola, because that can be applicable to so many different experiences or facets of life. Just taking that approach, using that kind of mindset is so much more positive and so much more building versus, as you mentioned, like breaking down, finding the differences and tearing apart, right? Well, this has been so great. We really appreciate all of your time and the efforts that you put into being here today, the stories that you shared with us, the words of inspiration. I think we have, well, do we have another question? Oh, we do. I was just about to say thank you and good night, but we have a question that just popped in. So let's get to that. This is from Rolly. Rolly Alvarado is asking, how could we bring this approach of healing to combat vets? We'd love to collaborate. So I think that the types of things that you described here, again, even Keola, you're mentioning like, yeah, you guys focus a lot on Hawaiian culture, but it can be applicable to all different types of, backgrounds. So in regards to dealing with combat vets, have you had any experiences, either of you, with that, or any ideas that you could share with this individual?
Well, I know that there's been a lot of work in the Native American First Nations community on working with veterans. And there's a researcher, Dr. Duran, who calls this trauma injury where the blood doesn't flow. And so there's a lot of research about how to craft programming with vets. And it is not that different from what Keola and I have been talking about. It's going back to the culture. It's going back to the culture and honoring what's important in that culture. And in indigenous cultures, it's about land. It's about land, honoring our ancestors, honoring traditional practices, bringing them into contemporary use. I have some resources if you want to get in touch with Nolan, and I can share them with you. But it's really what Keola was talking about.
Yeah, that'd be great. And if we could maybe through MHAH, we can share those resources maybe through one of their facets. But yeah, Melina, if we could get that from you, that would be fantastic. Keola, did you have any thoughts or anything to add to that?
I would say working with our veterans, what has happened over several generations in the military is this disconnect from spirituality, right? It makes it easier to develop your warrior when there is lack or disconnect from the spiritual aspect. And when you look at traditional cultures, not just Hawaiian, traditional cultures, many times going into war was a very spiritual thing, right? There is a spiritual connection in doing so, not just going to war, but more importantly, when that warrior returned home, right? That there were ceremonies in place, there were rituals intact that cleansed them from the very things that they participated and saw in those experiences. And it's important that the community comes around and supports the healing process. It's not just the warriors can do it alone. More importantly, we see the need for the families to accept these individuals coming back from what they've experienced. And so besides just Aina and what we talked about today, one of the big components in Hawaiian healing is that it is not our healing process isn't individual focused, right? We don't collect data on the individual. It's really looking at the family unit, the very thing that sustains. That's the original place for education, the original place for healing and health. And it is the place that if you build a strong home, then that individual will thrive in the community. If you do not have if you have a fragmented household, then you're going to have fragmented individuals that go out into the community and rely on the systems to help them. And so I think when we're developing and working with our veterans, it's important to have a multi-pronged approach, and spirituality, which like I said is often left off the table, reconnecting to land and reestablishing the role and responsibilities and the healing that happens for them within the household is really an important piece.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I think we have so much that we could take from this conversation here today, and so many people we could see just in the chats just really appreciated what you shared with us here today. So Melina and Keola, thank you so much for your time. Before I let you go, is there anything either of you would like to share in parting with our audience here?
Mahalo,
No,
Nolan, and
thank you
to
for
the
the
team
opportunity.
behind the scenes.
Oh, you guys at the same time. You guys are so in sync. Well, well, you guys, we cannot thank you enough. Thank you for sharing your hearts and all of your wisdom with us, and thank you for all that you do for our community. And we look forward to seeing all that the more that you bring to our community here. So thank you for spending this time with us here today, and have a great rest of your day, you too. Thank you, Keola. Thank you, Melina.
And
There have been so many times today that I've been left speechless or actually moved to tears from the profound messages that we've heard throughout the morning and afternoon. And I'm so thankful to all of the speakers who have joined us today. Congratulations again to all of the Mahalo awardees and the Student Voice awardees. We designed this around your capacity to share your message and the things that you do. You have all raised your voices to bring awareness to mental health and mental illness. Again, my deepest gratitude goes out also to all of our sponsors. Please spend some time in the sponsor and exhibitor area this afternoon if you can. I also want to give a special thanks to Trisha Kajimura, who is at Sutter Health now. She's a former executive director of Mental Health America of Hawaii. Over the last few weeks, she's played a significant role in the planning and coordination of this event. So Trisha, I thank you. I appreciate you. You've been such a good friend to us. I also want to thank my board. My board has been such a tremendous source of support for me. I'm so thankful for them. And of course, my staff who have been incredibly patient with me over the last few weeks as well. I would not have been able to do any of this without them. And finally, I'd also like to thank Nolan and Jamie and Brooke of Pop Creative Media. Of everyone involved, they probably had to put up with me the most. And they've been so patient. And I'm so thankful for them. At this point, we're for the most part done. I am going to hand you back over to Nolan, but thank you so much for spending some time with us today. I know it's been a long day, and I hope you go away with motivation and positive messages of hope. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Brian. And Brian, you're crazy. We enjoyed and loved working with you. You were not difficult at all. And if anything, I actually need to apologize to Brian because I was supposed to set up his notes and his teleprompter, and I totally forgot. And I only realized it as he's doing his talk just then. I was like, oh no, I totally set him up for failure. But that actually was a beautiful mistake because what you heard was just like, straight from the heart. And I just absolutely adore you, Brian. Thank you so much for all you do. And thank you for putting on this amazing event and letting us be a part of it. And thank you to each and every one of you who joined us here today, and to all of our presenters and sponsors and exhibitors and attendees. This has just been an amazing day, and we cannot thank you enough for joining us. The recording of this event will be available in about 1 to 2 weeks. Stay tuned. We'll let you know when it is available, but I just want you to know that we do plan on releasing this event in its entirety for you to go back, because there's just so much that was so good that I know a lot of you are going to want to re-watch and re-listen to a lot of what we had today. So we'll make sure that we can take care of you there. The live areas here on the dashboard are going to remain open for the next 20 minutes or so. So if you want to go in and jump in and check out any of the dashboard, continue to do so. Please do go visit our sponsors and exhibitor pages. All of our speakers and presenters' bios are now up on the dashboard. And the leaderboard, this is where all the action is going down. In fact, let me go see what right now looks like Tiffany Darag and Aponi Boyer are in the lead to win those two $50 CPK gift cards. But there's still plenty of time for you, the rest of you. I see Tara Reed and Janelle Sukimoto Matsuda. You guys are nipping at the heels. So again, the way to earn more points is to interact more in the dashboard. So if you want to, click on a link, go visit sponsor pages and such. That's going to build up your points. So if you want to get a chance at winning one of those 2 gift certificates, I encourage you to take this next 20 minutes to do that. And again, I cannot stress enough how much we want to support the Waipahu Aloha Clubhouse fundraiser. And you can do that by just simply scrolling to the bottom of the dashboard on the right-hand side of the screen, right under the leadership dashboard is a button where you can go directly to the Waipahu Aloha Clubhouse fundraiser. You can make an online donation. It's super easy, and it will be greatly appreciated by the folks there at Waipahu Aloha Clubhouse. Thank you for considering donating and supporting them. And on behalf of Mental Health America Hawaii and Sutter Health, we want to thank you for joining us for the 2021 Mental Health Awareness and Awards celebration, Raising Voices to Save Lives. Mahalo and aloha.